Today's keynote address, Does Berkeley Anthropomorphize God?, draws on draft material from his current book project, Berkeley's Religion, and so gives us a window into what is ahead. So it's with great pleasure that I now introduce Kenneth Pearce, Usher Professor in Berkeley Studies and Early Modern Philosophy at Trinity College, Dublin.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being virtually here today and the opportunity to share some work with you. Unlike the previous talks, I didn't have a paper to read ahead, so I'm going to be giving this in real time from slides here, which I hope you can all see. I can see the participants thing here, so you can use those react buttons in Zoom if you're maybe hit the go slower button if we're having connection problems or things like that. So my question today is, does Berkeley anthropomorphize God? And to understand the question, we need a bit of terminology. So in the kind of Western tradition of philosophical theology, one of the big ideas goes by the Greek name apophaticism, or the Latin name via negativa. And this is the idea that in our talk about God, we can, properly speaking, only say or only know what God is not. That is, we can't say what God is. How then do we talk about God? Well, particularly in the kind of high medieval and late medieval Christian philosopher theologians, we get this concept of analogy. And analogy, as we use the term here, is the use of a word or concept in a new context in a way that stretches or shifts its meaning somehow, so it no longer has its original meaning. That is a very rough kind of idea of what's supposed to be going on in analogy. The actual theories of analogy that get developed in the late Middle Ages are quite complex and sophisticated. The kind of opposite of analogy, or at least as far as we're concerned here, is univocity. That's the term for just kind of the ordinary everyday use of a word or concept. And so what do we mean here by anthropomorphism? Well, in the most literal sense, anthropomorphism is the view that God is or has a human-shaped body. There were actually Jewish, Muslim, and Christian people who were endorsing that kind of view in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. The kind of big figures of those intellectual traditions all saw the need to combat it, right? They thought that was a bad view. But then we have this kind of extension of the concept of anthropomorphism for any kind of view that is seen as making God too human, right? And so that's what we mean here. So it's pretty widely agreed that Berkeley endorses univocity about religious language. That is, he thinks that when we say that God is wise, the word wise has the same meaning there as it does when we say Socrates is wise. And so this line of thought, this kind of way of thinking, univocity, the rejection of analogy, was traditionally thought to lead to anthropomorphism. And so the question that I want to ask today is whether or to what extent this charge of anthropomorphism is justified in Berkeley's particular case. Okay. So to kind of get at that question, I'm going to go a little bit more into, go in a little more depth into classical views about the divine attributes that we get coming out of Middle Ages. I'll talk a little bit about the kind of attempt to revive those views in Berkeley's lifetime by William King, who I think is the main writer that Berkeley is responding to. We'll look at some other kind of criticisms that classical doctrine faced before getting into Berkeley and discussing his commitment to univocity. But in order to determine whether Berkeley's commitment to univocity leads to forms of anthropomorphism that might have been objectionable to the classical tradition, when Berkeley's saying that God is, that we speak of God univocally, that means that God is a spirit like other spirits. And so the kind of conclusion that we're going to get at is asking the question, what are Berkeleyan spirits actually like? And this will allow us to see how similar or different Berkeley's conception of God is from the classical conception. Okay, so starting with the background. The doctrine of analogy and more broadly the apophatic tradition has its roots in the really strong classical doctrine of divine simplicity. So this is the idea that a really robust monotheism is going to deny that there is any plurality or complexity of any sort in God. And there were particular sorts of complexity that these classical philosopher theologians were concerned to deny. In the first place, God lacks mereological complexity. That is, God is not made out of parts. God lacks really distinct attributes or metaphysically distinct attributes. That is, God's wisdom, for instance, is nothing other than God's justice. We can't attribute two or more attributes to God. Going even further, the classical tradition denied that God exhibited substance-attribute complexity. That is, not only is God's wisdom nothing different from God's justice, God's wisdom / justice is nothing different from God. These folks are all working, these classical theologians, in the Aristotelian tradition, where created things in the world would have a complexity of form and matter. This is also denied of God. And finally, and perhaps most interestingly, the classical picture denies that God has act-potency distinction. In other words, we can't actually distinguish God's powers from their exercise. Okay. Now, places that you would find this kind of picture include Ibn Sina, Maimonides, and Aquinas, and then a whole bunch of other kind of philosopher theologians following them. So, this really strong view of the simplicity of God raises serious problems for our ability to speak and think of God. And I want to mention three of these problems here. First, these thinkers are all committed to empiricism, understood here as the thesis that our words or concepts get their content from our experience of physical objects. But those physical objects have all of the types of complexity that we've just denied of God. So how could concepts derived from our experience in the physical world then apply to God? Second problem. It was traditionally thought, going back to Plato and Aristotle, that kind of truth evaluable propositions, whether in the language of thought or in spoken language or written language, all ultimately have subject-predicate structure. But when we look at an ordinary subject-predicate sentence, like Socrates is wise, there is a distinction there between a substance, Socrates, and the attribute possessed by it. So if God is simple in a way that requires the rejection of subject-predicates of his substance attribute structure, then, as it were, the very structure of our thought prevents us from forming truth evaluable mental states or sentences of language that would apply correctly to God. Problem three, when we say that Socrates is wise and also that Socrates is snub-nosed, the reason those two sentences differ in meaning is because the words wise and snub-nosed denote different attributes possessed by Socrates. So if Socrates didn't have a real plurality of attributes, then we couldn't truly predicate non-synonymous terms of him. But justice and wisdom are not synonymous in terms of their meaning in English. And so if God doesn't have a real plurality of attributes, then it appears that we can't attribute both justice and wisdom to God. Okay. So Maimonides draws a really radical conclusion from this. The conclusion that God does not have attributes. So he says, if one believes God to be one and to possess a number of attributes, one in fact says that he is one and thinks that he is many, this is the same as what the Christians say, he is one, but he is three, and the three are one. And Maimonides clearly thinks this line is nonsense. He also says that attributes that try to describe what a thing is are totally inadmissible with reference to God. They all imply compositeness. So we can't interpret any of our speech as saying what God is. Instead, the description of God by means of negative terms is the only sound description, which contains no element of loose terminology. So Maimonides is going to endorse the strongest form of apophaticism. He's going to say that because God is simple, there are no true affirmative propositions about God. Okay. But there's a problem. Because Maimonides is a rabbi, and so he's committed to a whole bunch of theology. Theology is speech about God, and the kind of theology Maimonides is committed to makes affirmations. So what's he going to say? Well, he has two strategies. First, if there are no true affirmations about God, then maybe some of these affirmations aren't really about God. And that's what he says about the attribution of mercy to God. Whenever we apprehend one of God's actions, we apply to God the attribute from which the action proceeds. For instance, we apprehend the tenderness with which he provides for the formation of the embryos of animals. Such action on our part would presuppose affection and tender feeling. That is what we mean by mercy, and we therefore use of God the term merciful. Now, he goes on to explicitly deny that God experiences affection and tender feeling when God does these actions, right? That is, nothing in the intrinsic state of a human being when the human is being merciful is applicable to God. Nevertheless, there's a genuine similarity in the effects of between the effects of human mercy and God's effects. And so it's going to turn out that when we say God is merciful, we're not actually talking about God at all. We are talking about God's effects or actions, that is, the created world. Second strategy. If there are no true affirmations about God, then maybe some of these apparent theological affirmations are not affirmations. Okay? So Maimonides says, we say that God lives, meaning that God is not subject to death. We say that God is eternal, meaning that there's no cause which called him into being. Those are negations, they're denials, they're not affirmations. And so those are admissible about God. And all of our kind of apparent talk about God in theology is going to receive this kind of analysis from Maimonides. Moving on now to Thomas Aquinas. Aquinas' discussion of divine simplicity and religious language begins with what appears to be an endorsement of apophaticism, looks just as strong as Maimonides. He says, we can't know what God is, but rather what he is not. But then he insists, true affirmative propositions can be formed about God. How does this work? Well, Aquinas says, God can be named by us, yet not so that the name which signifies him expresses the divine essence in itself. And what's doing the work here is a distinction between signification and expression. Maimonides explains, words are related to the things signified by means of the intellectual conception that the word expresses. So you can think of this as kind of similar to Phrygian sense and reference. The thing that's expressed by a word is the content that is grasped by the intellect when the word is meaningfully used or understood. That's something like the Phrygian sense. What's signified by the word is the sort of reality that the word applies to, the reference. And so Aquinas' claim is that none of our words express an intellectual content that sort of tells us what God is. But nevertheless, our words are genuine names of God. They signify God. God is their reference. And that's, Aquinas is calling this analogy, right? That is, the words don't signify their normal object. The concepts don't signify their normal object. We're using sort of our ordinary concept of wisdom, but using it to signify something different than what it normally signifies. Aquinas, in this context, comments explicitly on Maimonides. He says, as regards absolute and affirmative names of God as good, wise, and the like, some have said that all such names express some remotion from God. That is, they express that God is remote from a certain thing. In other words, a negation, rather than expressing anything that exists positively in him. Hence, they assert that when we say that God lives, we mean that God is not like an inanimate thing. And we saw that that was one of Maimonides' examples. Aquinas says this was taught by Rabbi Moses, that is, by Maimonides. But Aquinas says, we must hold a different doctrine, namely, that these names signify the divine substance, although they fall short of a full representation of him. Okay. So again, we managed to name God, but not in such a way as to grasp with the intellect what God is. He also says that we sometimes speak of God metaphorically. Corporeal parts are attributed metaphorically to God in Scripture, and this is owing to a certain parallel. For instance, the act of the eye is to see, hence the eye attributed to God signifies his power of seeing intellectually, not sensibly. So this note is one of Maimonides' other strategy. When we say that God, when we talk about the eye of God, then we're talking about similarity of effects. But according to Aquinas, that kind of talk is only metaphorical. And when we say that God is good or God is wise, we're not speaking metaphorically. These are absolute and affirmative names. They really are affirmative and not negative. So he's departing from Maimonides here. So some names can be applied to God only in a metaphorical sense, but this is not the case with these names that express God's perfections absolutely, the ones that are applied, as Aquinas sometimes says, analogically. Okay, so that's all back in the Middle Ages, but in the early 18th century, at the time when Berkeley was at Trinity College, William King, the Archbishop of Dublin, gave this famous sermon on predestination. And here he gives an account of religious language that is drawing from this medieval tradition and reviving some of these ideas about analogy. So King starts out by saying, it is in effect agreed on all hands that the nature of God as it is in itself is incomprehensible by human understanding. Right? That's the apophatic idea. Yet somehow we manage to talk about God. So he says this, observing great order, conveniency, and harmony in all the several parts of the world, we are apt to consider that we could not contrive and settle things in so excellent and proper a manner without great wisdom, and thence conclude that God, who has thus concerted and settled matters, must have wisdom. And then he says similar things about other attributes. And it doth truly follow from hence that God must have these or other faculties and powers equivalent to them and adequate to these mighty effects which proceed from them. So we're making a judgment based on God's effects. And it's going to turn out, according to King, that the judgment we make is that God doesn't have what we normally mean by wisdom, but instead some other faculty or power equivalent to it. And this is what King is calling an analogical predication. It's equivalent to it in that it is adequate to produce the mighty effects you see. So this is a similarity of effect approach. On the other hand, he says about foreknowledge, we ascribe foreknowledge to God because we're certain he can't be surprised by any event, nor be at any loss what he is to do when it happens. So here we have a disguised negation strategy, right? Foreknowledge is just the denial of surprise. Okay, now, you may have been wondering why I spent all that time on Maimonides, a medieval Jewish philosopher, when I'm supposed to be talking about early modern Christian philosophers. The reason is that I think that King has actually got his thoughts about analogy directly from Maimonides. That is the most likely source for what King is saying. So here are my reasons for thinking that. First, King uses both of Maimonides' two strategies for reinterpreting theological language, the similarity of effect strategy and the disguised negation strategy. Second, King doesn't pay much attention to the alleged distinction between metaphor and analogy, but that distinction is really important to Aquinas and to later medieval Christian philosophers. It's not so important to Maimonides. King uses the similarity of effect strategy for core divine attributes like wisdom and foreknowledge, whereas Aquinas said that that strategy was only appropriate for these bodily metaphors. Maimonides' Guide of the Perplexed had been translated into Latin in 1629, and if you look at catalogs of Anglican libraries in the period, that book is everywhere. For instance, it's in the Stillingfleet collection that was acquired by Marsh's library in Dublin when Stillingfleet died. Most importantly, there was a copy of it in King's Library at the time of his death. Also, Maimonides is cited either in Latin or in Hebrew by a number of other early modern Christian philosophers, including Cudworth, Bale, Locke, Leibniz, and Wollaston. So the hypothesis of direct influence of Maimonides on King seems quite likely to me. On the other hand, King takes the word wisdom to signify some real faculty or power in God, though not the same thing that it signifies in humans. And this is contrary to Maimonides, who rejects divine attributes altogether. King has unknown divine attributes rather than no divine attributes. And in fact, although the medieval doctrine of apophaticism was being motivated primarily by concerns about divine simplicity, it's not clear that King even believes in the strong doctrine of divine simplicity at all. He's using this kind of for other purposes that I don't have time to go into at the moment. Okay, so to summarize, because God is perfectly simple in all those ways described, the kind of classical tradition holds that we can have no concepts or ideas that properly express what God is like in God's self. Yet somehow we manage to think and speak about God. But to claim that our ordinary concepts or ideas apply to God in the ordinary way, that's the doctrine of univocity, that is to lapse into anthropomorphism. It's not much different than holding that God is literally a human-shaped body. This is a kind of a really bad view according to all of these medieval philosopher theologians. But in the late medieval and early modern period, we start seeing a bit of a shift of opinion about this. And one of the reasons are these objections due to John Duns Scotus. Scotus says, look, we can define univocity, but just saying that a concept is univocal if you can use it in a syllogism without committing the fallacy of equivocation. But if that's enough for a concept to be univocal, then we basically couldn't have any reasoning about God unless we had univocal concepts. And so all of our reasoning about God are arguments that God exists, or are arguments from divine attributes to various conclusions. That's all going to commit the fallacy of equivocation unless we have these univocal concepts. So this line of argument is one influence that is shifting opinion. There's a second shift that I think is a bit more interesting. And we can see this in Rafe Cudworth in the mid-17th century. Cudworth says, atheists have commonly had their vizards and disguises. Atheists oftentimes insinuate their atheism even then when they most of all profess themselves theists, by affirming that it is impossible to have any idea or conception at all of God, and that no knowledge or understanding is to be attributed to him, which is in effect to say that there is no such thing as God. So Cudworth attributes this view to the ancient Epicureans, but he thinks that it has been revived in his own lifetime, and the key person he sees as reviving it is Thomas Hobbes. Hobbes did indeed deny that there was an idea of God, and Cudworth takes this to be a denial of the existence of God. One of the main things Cudworth is trying to do in this book, The True Intellectual System, is to give an actual definition of theism so that we can understand the distinction between theism and atheism and unmask these clandestine atheists like Hobbes. And he says the definition goes like this, that they are strictly and properly called theists who affirm that a perfectly conscious understanding being or mind existing of itself from eternity was the cause of all of the things. And they, on the contrary, who derive all things from senseless matter as the first original, and deny that there is any conscious understanding being self-existent unmade, are those that are properly called atheists. So according to Cudworth, A theist is a person who believes that the first principle of the universe is a mind. And anyone who denies that, however they might use theistic language reinterpreted in some non-standard way, if they deny that the first principle of reality is a mind, whether or not it's called God, they are atheists. And this view is picked up and stated in fewer words by Samuel Clarke in a book that I think had a really enormous influence on Berkeley, Clarke's Demonstration of the Being and Attributes of God. Clarke says the self-existent and original cause of all things must be an intelligent being. In this proposition lies the main question between us and the atheists, right? Clarke is trying to prove theism, and that, according to him, is the thesis of theism. But now, if we're saying, well, God really isn't intelligent in the ordinary everyday sense, but in some kind of stretched analogical sense, then people start getting worried that somebody like Hobbes or Spinoza could go around saying, oh yeah, the material world is intelligent in some stretched analogical sense. We're going to, metaphorically call the world intelligent or wise or whatever. And so this apophatic tradition, according to 17th, 18th century philosophers, many of them, is basically providing a cloak for atheism. Okay, all that by way of background. Berkeley is committed to a univocal interpretation of religious language. I'm going to review some of the evidence for that and actually defend a little stronger version of that thesis than I and other scholars have in the past. So, as far as we can tell, Berkeley's first encounter with the doctrine of analogical religious language is recorded in this letter to Percival of 1709, 1710. He says, I met with some who, supporting themselves on the authority of the Archbishop of Dublin's sermon concerning the prescience of God, denied there was any more wisdom, goodness, or understanding in God than there were feet or hands, but that all are to be taken in a figurative sense. Whereupon I consulted the sermon, and to my surprise found his grace asserting that strange doctrine. It is true he holds there's something in the divine nature analogous or equivalent to these attributes, but upon such principles, I must confess, I do not see how it is possible to demonstrate the being of God, there being no argument that I know of for his existence, which does not prove him at the same time to be an understanding, wise, and benevolent being in the strict, literal, and proper meaning of the words. So, note a couple of things about this quote. First, Berkeley says he met some people who were using King's sermon as a cloak for clandestine atheism, basically, right? To say that God isn't really wise or good or understanding. And he's shocked to see that that actually is the view that King defends, according to Berkeley's interpretation of King, you see. He concedes that King has this kind of analogy thing going on, but that, according to him, is no good because any successful argument for the existence of God is going to result in these terms applying to God in the strict, literal, and proper meaning of the words. And he probably has something like Clarke's argument in mind. Okay. The issue of univocity comes up again in one of the most famous passages in the three dialogues, known as Hylas's parity argument. The question is, look, you have no idea of God, and so either your talk about God is nonsense, or else we can talk about matter without having an idea of it, and it won't be nonsense. Note how Philonous answers. First, he admits that he doesn't have an idea of God. Second, he affirms that he does have some concept of the self, right? But not by means of an idea. Then he says that he gets this notion of God by reflecting on his own soul, heightening its powers and removing its imperfections. This, again, I take it, commits him to univocity. That is, on Philonous' view, God is a spirit like me, only infinitely better, right? With infinitely heightened powers and with none of my imperfections, but a spirit all the same, an intelligent being all the same, and so on. Berkeley's most detailed treatment of divine analogy comes in Alciphron in 1732. And I want to just give a kind of outline of what I see happening here. Lysicles, one of the free thinkers, is the first to bring up analogy. And the summary he gives in sections 17 to 18, it's quite explicit, is based on Anthony Collins' takedown of King, right? So it's introduced by the free thinkers. Euphrnor, who usually represents Berkeley's own kind of unique philosophical views, says he's never heard of this silly idea before. And here I might suggest that Euphrnor represents 1709 Berkeley, right? Recorded in that letter to Percival, his first encounter with the doctrine of analogy. Section 19, Crito reports that this is the other Christian character in the dialogue, reports that after hearing a minute philosopher, that is a free thinker, triumph upon this very point, he investigated the extent to which King's view is found in the Fathers or Schoolmen. I would suggest that Crito here might represent 1732 Berkeley, right? Somewhere in between that letter to Percival and the writing of Alciphron, Berkeley has investigated this question of the extent to which King's doctrine really does have historical precedence, and whether these historical precedents really do have the consequences Collins attributed to them. In sections 19 through 21, Crito argues that sensible Christian thinkers like Aquinas, Suarez, and Cayetan, and even crazy people like Pseudo-Dionysius and Pico della Mirandola, thought predicates like knowledge were properly, that is to say literally, applicable to God. It is Crito and not me who's dividing these folks into sensible and crazy, just for the record. That's the attitude that Berkeley expresses to these thinkers. So Crito argues that unlike King and unlike Peter Brown, another contemporary of Berkeley defending analogy, these historical thinkers did not think that analogy was a kind of non-literal speech. And in a significant recent paper on this point, Manuel Fasko argues convincingly, I think, that Berkeley is quite right about this. It's pretty obvious in the case of Aquinas, that actually is, one of the question headings in Summa Theologica. But this is something that scholars trying to position Berkeley in context have not always recognized in the past. Okay, so after that whole discussion, Lysicles, the free thinker, says, look, I'm sure somebody said the crazy thing that Collins was talking about, right? Diagoras is always a pseudonym for Collins in Alciphron. To that suggestion, Crito responds, that may be, but it never was a received notion and never will so long as men believe a God. The same arguments that prove a first cause, proving an intelligent cause. Intelligent, I say, in the proper sense, wise and good in the true and formal acceptation of the words. Otherwise, it is evident that every syllogism brought to prove those attributes, or which is the same thing, to prove the being of a God, will be found to consist of 4 terms, and consequently can conclude nothing. But for your part, Alciphron, you have been fully convinced that God is a thinking, intelligent being in the same sense with other spirits, though not in the same imperfect manner or degree. Now, I want to draw attention to a few things about Crito's speech here. First, some author or other is indubitably William King, right? That's the guy Collins was responding to. Second, at the beginning of Crito's speech, he's talking about arguments for a first cause. This kind of argument, of course, is very famously associated with Aquinas. You also find it in other classical philosophical theologians and in many kind of late medieval philosopher theologians following Aquinas. Right? So those kinds of arguments, the argument that Aquinas gives, they yield a properly intelligent cause. And proper in this context means literal. That's the propria in Latin. It means literal. Or propriae, the adverb, properly. So Aquinas' arguments have as their conclusion that God is intelligent in a literal sense, Aquinas agrees with that because he thinks analogy is a type of literal speech. So Berkeley is getting him right here. Okay. Then Berkeley mentions Scotus's famous objection, right? That if it wasn't literal, we would be equivocating. Now, what Scotus doesn't see, and Berkeley I think also doesn't really see, is how Aquinas and Cajetan and friends think they can possibly find a middle ground where we have kind of literal speech that doesn't equivocate, and at the same time, we don't have full univocity, right? But nevertheless, the point that's being made here is that all of these arguments, including Aquinas' arguments, presuppose that God is intelligent in a literal sense. But then note this, but for your part, Alciphron, but drawing a contrast. You've been fully convinced that God is a thinking, intelligent being in the same sense with other spirits. That is a reference back to the first half of Dialogue 4, where Berkeley, through Euphonor, presents his famous argument for the existence of God from the status of the perceived universe as a language. And that argument, which convinces the freethinker Alciphron, according to Crito, has as its conclusion that God is a thinking, intelligent being in the same sense with other spirits. You could not express univocity any more clearly than that, right? In precisely the same sense. But I think here that Crito is sort of subtly recognizing that the argument they've presented in the first half of Dialogue 4 comes to a stronger conclusion than the first cause argument that you get in Aquinas and Friends. So Berkeley's argument is taken to support univocity, and I think there's a kind of subtle recognition here of the fact that Aquinas doesn't believe in univocity, even though he does believe in that our talk about God can be literal. Okay, so what that means is that this earlier stuff about Aquinas and Cajetan and so forth, we actually don't need to think that Berkeley or Crito endorses any version of the doctrine of analogy, even what he says is the correct version, which he attributes to Cajetan. So here's a summary of what goes on in Alciphron. Analogy is introduced by a freethinker mocking religion. Euphonor, who usually gives voice to Berkeley's distinctive philosophical views, has never heard of this idea. And so I've suggested that Euphonor might represent 1709 Berkeley. Crito argues that classical proponents of analogy saw it as a type of literal speech. And that's true. But Crito, I think, if we parse the text carefully, does not endorse analogy in any sense. And as a result, we don't need to attribute analogy in any sense to Berkeley. And here I'm going against pretty much all of the previous interpreters, including myself. Further, Crito interprets the divine language argument as specifically supporting univocity, as against analogy. Okay, so Berkeley does have this strong, kind of uncompromising commitment to univocity about religious language. God is a spirit in the same sense as other spirits, or God is intelligent in the same sense as other spirits. Does that mean that Berkeley anthropomorphizes God? In order to answer that question, we need to understand what Berkeleyan spirits are like. Recall that we summarized the doctrine of divine simplicity as denying 5 types of complexity of God. It's going to turn out, oddly enough, that Berkeleyan spirits, all of them, including you and me, are simple in all of these ways. A spirit is one simple, undivided, active being. It's not made up of parts. Interestingly, a spirit does not have metaphysically distinct attributes. That is, the understanding is not something other than the will, right? As the spirit perceives ideas, it's called the understanding. As it produces or otherwise operates about them, it's called the will. Berkeley also here is denying that spirits have substance attribute complexity, right? Because It, the spirit, is called understanding, and it, the spirit, is called the will. Just like, according to the classical tradition, justice and wisdom in the theological context are simply two names of God. Of course, Berkeley denies that spirits have form-matter complexity because he thinks that all that talk about form and matter is nonsense. The most interesting case, again, is the denial of act-potency distinction. And here's what we find in Berkeley's notebooks. The substance of spirit, we do not know, it not being knowable, it being purus actus. The will is purus actus, or rather pure spirit, not imaginable, not sensible, not intelligible, in no ways the object of the understanding, no wise perceivable. Substance of a spirit is that it acts, causes, wills, operates, or if you please, to avoid the quibble that may be made on the word it, to act, will, operate. And its substance is not knowable, not being an idea. Now, what's interesting, even shocking here, is the phrase purus actus, especially because Berkeley puts it in Latin. Purus actus is a scholastic definition of God, right? Pure activity with no mixture of passivity, no act potency complexity. Further, we see here again Berkeley's distinction of will and understanding. When we understand that distinction, and we remember that understanding is just the spirit insofar as it has ideas, then we understand what Berkeley means when he says that the spirit is no object of understanding, no wise perceivable, not knowable, because the understanding is just the faculty of having ideas, right? It's just the will insofar as it has ideas. There's no idea of spirit, hence spirit is no object of the understanding. And this lines up with what Berkeley says in Principles 142. Spirits and ideas are things so wholly different that when we say they exist, they are known, or the like, these words must not be thought to signify anything common to both natures. That is, when we say ideas exist, we mean that they're perceived. When we say ideas are known, we mean that they're perceived. But spirits can't be perceived. Hence, when we say that spirits exist and ideas exist, or when we say that spirits are known and ideas are known, we're equivocating on the words exist and known. In other words, Berkeley denies univocity here. That is, although he affirms univocity between God and created spirits, he denies univocity between spirits and sensible things. Right? And like the most extreme versions of apophaticism, he applies that denial even to the word exist. So we can see, I think, then what's going on in the notebooks and how it aligns with the principles account of that spirit is pure act, does not exhibit act potency distinction, and cannot be, and therefore cannot be named univocally with passive ideas. Now, at the end of the notebooks, Berkeley says, I must not give the soul or mind the scholastic name pure act, but rather pure spirit or active being. But note that the problem here is about the name, not the doctrine. Now, some of you Berkeley scholars are going to be thinking, but what about that tulip passage? This kind of famous bit in the dialogues where Hylas and Philonous discuss the active and passive aspects of the human spirit in perceiving a tulip. That is a quite difficult passage for anyone who wants to take this pure act thought seriously. But if you want to, I don't have time to go into the details here, but if you want to look at interpretations that try to reconcile that with the pure act talk in the notebooks, these papers by Migely and Daniel are a good place to start. I should mention, since I've mentioned his paper, that we learned earlier this weekend that Steve Daniel isn't able to be with us because he's had a heart attack. So we're all wishing him well as he's was in surgery yesterday, I believe. Okay, so spirits all spirits are simple in the same way that the classical God is simple. This is a quite surprising thing for Berkeley to be claiming, and it raises problems about how we can possibly think of spirits, just like those previous problems about how you could think of God. So in the principles, it will be objected that if there is no idea signified by the terms soul, spirit, and substance, they are wholly insignificant and have no meaning in them. I answer, those words do mean or signify a real thing, which is neither an idea nor like an idea, but that which perceives and wills and reasons about them. What I am myself, that which I denote by the term I, is the same with what is meant by soul or spiritual substance. As we conceive the ideas that are in the minds of other spirits by means of our own, which we suppose to be resemblances of them, so we know other spirits by means of our own soul, which in that sense is the image or idea of them, it having a like respect to other spirits that blueness or heat by me perceived has to those ideas perceived by another. So, a couple of points about this. First, Berkeley says that I have no idea of spirit, but somehow managed to signify it, which is very similar to what Aquinas said about God. Somehow I managed to signify it. How? Berkeley's answer, totally unlike Aquinas's, is by means of the resemblance of other spirits to myself. And this is the commitment to univocity of spirit terms, and Berkeley is going to apply it even to God. So, summing up here. Berkeley accepts univocity between God and other spirits, but he denies univocity between spirits, that is perceivers, and ideas, that is things perceived. As in the most radical versions of the traditional doctrine of analogy, this applies even to the word exist. But the thing Berkeley is doing is placing us, ordinary created spirits, on the God side of that gulf. The reason Berkeley gives for his denial of univocity is one of the traditional reasons for denying univocity between God and creatures. Spirit is actus purus. Do but leave out the power of willing, thinking, and perceiving ideas, and there remains nothing else wherein the idea can be like a spirit. Further, Berkeleyan spirits are simple in all the same ways as the classical God. And so we shouldn't see Berkeley as engaged in the kind of anthropomorphism criticized by Maimonides and others. Berkeley does indeed see a radical and unbridgeable gulf differentiating God from the world. Berkeley departs from the tradition in a kind of shocking way in placing humans on the divine side of that gulf. And so my conclusion is that Berkeley doesn't have an anthropomorphic God. Instead, he has theomorphic humans. Thank you.
Not sure quite how to applaud on here, but thank you very much. That was fascinating. I have some questions I'd like to raise immediately, but I want to first open the floor for other people to get in. We'll be using the hand raise function in Zoom, and I'll be going in descending order in the participant list as I see hands raised. Also, for any follow-ups, if you type something out in the chat, I will try to incorporate follow-ups where appropriate. So our first question is coming from Nate Rockwood.
Hi, Kenny. Interesting talk. Enjoyed. I'm sympathetic with a lot of it, but I'm going to press back on the denial that Berkeley thought there was no distinction between God's attributes and God's, the spiritual substance or whatever. So could you perhaps get back to that slide?
Sure. Let me see.
You had a quote, and the issue
on again here.
At issue in the in your argument was the word "it" and what it referred to, and you suggested that the "it" referred to spirit, And in that case,
this is the sign you have in the slide you have in mind.
Yep.
Okay.
And if the antecedent of it is spirit, then it's going to follow that the spirit just is the understanding, or just is the will.
Right.
But notice that there, in each case, there's a, as it perceives ideas, so that it perceiving is presumably the spirit, right? And then perceiving ideas, and the second it is called understanding. That it might be the act of perceiving, rather than spirit.
Oh.
And likewise, as the spirit produces or otherwise operates about them, it is called, and again, the second it might be interpreted as the action of willing, basically. Anyway, so that's an alternative interpretation there. And so anyway, so I would be slow to conclude from this, unless you have more to say, that he is here denying or meaning to assert that there's no difference between God's substance and God's attribute. And maybe you can just think about that or whatever. If you have something to say, that's fine. But also, I don't read Berkeley that much these days, but so maybe you could just inform me. I seem to recall him saying a bunch of stuff about God being a spirit and whatnot. And so I just wondered what you had to say about that, because like just a naive reading of that would be that, he's calling God some sort of substance, or I think he even uses the word spiritual substance, although again, you know the text better than I do.
Yes. So I think it's a little grammatically odd, I think, to suppose that the antecedent of the pronoun is a verb, right? Just in terms of grammar. I mean, typically you would be looking for a noun, right? And we wouldn't expect the noun referred to by it to like shift in the middle of the sentence like that when kind of we haven't had any other appropriate noun in between. So I just think that's the most, I think that's the most natural interpretation of Principles 27, and that it also fits well with the other texts. But, certainly there could be kind of a further argument to be made based on how we're reading kind of all the texts together. The denial of substance attribute complexity is not supposed to be the denial of substance, right? Either in the classical interpretation or in my interpretation of Berkeley on spirit. It's rather that that we talk about everything as substance and attribute. Those are two ways of conceiving it. But really, when we talk about its substances and its attribute, we're signifying or referring to the very same thing, right? So on this reading, it would be correct to call spirit a substance, but we shouldn't think that metaphysically speaking, that substance is something other than its attributes, right? So in other words, we shouldn't think that the spirit is something other than understanding, willing, perceiving, whatever. It's a claim that distinction, as it were, lacks metaphysical depth.
Yeah, that sounds, if I might have a quick follow-up, so that sounds like right as like a description of what is going on in the debates about divine simplicity, but just like as you describe it that way, well then it surely does look like an analogical kind of attribution then when we say that God is a substance or that God wills things, because we don't mean when we say that Nate is a substance and that Nate wills things, we don't mean the same thing when we say that God is a substance and God wills things.
Right. So so Berkeley, as I read him, is doing something very similar to that classical tradition, but is applying it to all spirits. And for Berkeley, only spirits can be substances, right? And they're all substance in the same sense, a sense in which there isn't a metaphysically deep distinction between substance and attribute.
All right, I think we have a follow-up from David Malkema on this question.
Yeah, thank you, Todd, and thank you, Kenny, as well for this talk. So the follow-up to this previous question is the following. I think you're right in interpreting this passage, in particular because you are emphasizing that it is called. So the it is called seems to me right to discuss in terms of attributes. So my question is this: if we look at things that Gassendi mentions regarding the distinction between attributes and properties, would it help your account if the people like Maimonides who are challenging this anthropomorphism of God were construing those, those proposals for divine complexity in the sense of substance property rather than substance attribute, because the property is metaphysically laden. The attribute might not necessarily be, because it's a logical term.
Could you explain real quick how Gassendi draws that distinction?
Also, for Gassendi, I think from what I've read, it's so the property attribute distinction is supposed to be equivalent to the distinction between one that's used in a metaphysically laden way and another one that's purely logical. So we attribute. So
attributes are like the shadows of predicates, as it were.
Something like that. Yes.
And properties are metaphysically real.
Something like that, exactly, yes.
Yeah. So the terminology is not real consistent, but there actually are a lot of philosophers who draw this distinction in some way or other. And I do think we need to say that something like that is going on in Berkeley pretty much across the board, right? I don't think he believes in what you would here call properties really for anything, but there's like properties in a metaphysically heavy duty sense like you would get in Aristotle or somebody. Yeah, so it's, I mean, but this is me doing my normal thing, which is interpreting everything as language, right, in Berkeley. So all these properties, attributes, everything, they're going to turn out just to be like predicates in language, and then we have rules for applying them. And that's kind of my general framework for interpreting Berkeley, right?
All right, next up, we have a question from Lisa Downing.
Hi, thanks. That was a fascinating and very helpful talk. So I guess this must be connected to the tulip passage stuff, but I just want to ask a sort of big, simple-minded question. I'd like to hear about how perception works if we're all pure act.
Yeah, that's a very hard question. And I'm not totally certain whether Berkeley might be later slightly backing off of this, but he seems like he doesn't want to in certain ways, that he wants to keep saying, he wants to keep emphasizing activity. So I think one thing you could do is to say that perceiving itself is active, although it's often not, although there are sort of limits to our control over our perceiving, there's something active we're doing in kind of receiving the ideas, processing, responding to them, and so forth. The ideas themselves, of course, are passive. And in the case of sensory ideas, the ideas themselves are not created by us. Mm-hmm. But what you would want to say is that the thing that's really going on in me when I'm perceiving is the active element of the reception of that passive idea not created by me. The fact that it's not created by me is going to give a sort of way of saying that there's an element of passivity to it. And maybe we can leverage that to make sense of the tulip passage. But this requires kind of very careful, detailed parsing of the text, I think.
Thank you.
We have a quick follow-up from Benjamin Formanek, and then Colin Chamberlain will be next.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Kenny, again, for all that. Yeah, I'm coming from a similar place as Lisa. Recently I've been thinking about the role of the active self and perception. So I wonder how to make sense of something that you just said with passages where Berkeley says things along the lines of, I am active so far forth as my volition is included in my perceptions. in some cases, if we want to say we're active so far as we wave our hand or something like that, we can make sense of our activity in perceiving our hand, and therefore have some of, I suppose, our perceptions attributable to us. But in other cases, right, just, I mean, simply looking at a tree or something like that, Berkeley wants to say that we're entirely passive. What we're seeing is not up to us. So he seems to draw sharp distinctions in various places between when we're active in perceptions and what we're not. And that seems to me to gesture between having just being simple, for that matter. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I don't think that Berkeley thinks that we're ever purely passive in perception. There is this famous passage in a letter to Johnson where he says, that something like that, the mind is active as well as passive, I make no doubt, something like that. Right. So there's something, so there's something going on there, but I don't see a lot of evidence for the claim that there's ever a perceptual event in which I'm purely passive. That is, in which I'm not doing anything with the passive idea that I receive. So that's the, I don't know, that's just the kind of complicated issue that I haven't worked out all the details of. That is the thing that I think I would need to attend very carefully to in order to address these kinds of worries.
Cool, thank you.
All right, next up we have Colin.
Great, thanks. So I also want to ask you about the supposed lack of substance attribute complexity, and more specifically, the textual evidence that you're adducing here. So in the passage that you give us, it seems like Berkeley is rejecting substance attribute complexity when it comes to a spirit's relationship to its faculties, like understanding and will. And gosh, that sounds a lot like Descartes too, right? But you might deny substance attribute complexity there and nevertheless recognize it in other places. Like you might think that there's substance attribute complexity when it comes to a spirit and its various acts perceiving and willing. And again, I think the analogy to Descartes is kind of helpful because I think that Descartes recognizes some kind of substance attribute complexity when it comes to
Colin, your audio has gotten much quieter suddenly.
Oh gosh, can you hear me?
Yes, now it's good.
I'll just keep talking and hopefully you didn't miss anything. So Descartes, I think, will recognize something like substance attribute complexity when it comes to a mind's relationship to its particular modes. So I guess I haven't yet seen any textual evidence to think that Berkeley's denial of substance attribute complexity is anything as radical as you're suggesting.
Sure. So, right. So Descartes thinks there's no real distinction between a substance and its principal attribute. Yeah. But then he also believes in these modes or accidents or whatever you want to call them. But for the Cartesian view, even the modes are all just going to be, as it were, ways of possessing the principal attribute, right? Ways of being extended or ways of thinking. So even the Cartesian modes aren't going to be distinct in the same strong sense as like Aristotelian real accidents, right? Sure. But in terms of Berkeley going farther than Descartes, I think that so one thing is a spirit isn't going to be able to have any passive attributes or properties or modes or whatever, right? Because those are going to be, because of the kind of sharp distinction between the active and the passive, sure. Those would be like sensible qualities or something, the passive things. So what we're going to be attributing to spirits are acts. And then there's a question about whether the attribution of acts to spirits generates substance attribute complexity in the relevant sense. And that, I think, is going to depend on that denial of act potency distinction. See, this is what also happens in a classical theological case. We can attribute to God various acts. See, but it turns out that the metaphysical reality is that God performs just one act, and that act is not distinct from God's essence. It's not distinct from God. And so I think basically we have the notion that we can't attribute to them any passive properties, attributes, accidents, modes. And then we have the denial of that like act potency distinction. And so we're going to end up with, so I think we're going to end up with the full kind of picture of simplicity there. But I'm not sure I have a text for you on the kind of denial that the spirit is distinct from its individual actions.
I guess that
We lost your sound again.
Colin, you're breaking up again.
oh, shoot. Sorry, my connection is not great. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
So the move that the classical theologians make of saying, like, sure, we talk about God engaging in various acts, but really there's only one act. Gosh, that seems like a super substantive claim. So I guess I just think we would need some reason to think that Berkeley wants to make that move for finite spirits.
Right.
And
So-
because I guess here's the suggestion. You can preserve a distinction between finite and infinite spirits on Berkeley's view by saying that finite spirits engage in multiple acts. God engages in one act.
Yeah, and so one of the ways we're going to be limited that God might not be, according to Berkeley, is the kind of sequential nature of our experience, right? And so that's going to have at least a somewhat more robust distinction between acts. In that even if we have one big act, even if we want to talk about it that way, it's going to be like a temporally extended act in our subjective time, and that might be good, right? So the act, for Berkeley's distinction between infinite and finite spirits, and so the act won't be simple, right? So look, I actually was kind of pushing at the end that that Berkeley might be going uncomfortably far with this, right? Based on the kind of theological background and so forth. So I'm happy to think that this might point to some ways that he could back off by saying that the activity of humans is temporally extended, and therefore we can kind of conceive of it as divided into multiple acts in a somewhat more robust sense than God. But I do think that he's wanting to reject a distinction between that activity of spirit and the substance of spirit.
Kenny, we have quite a number of questions left in the queue, so I think we got to move on from this one. Dylan Flint is next.
Hey, thanks. I learned so much from that talk. That was great. Thanks so much for that. I have a question. So Leibniz's big complaint against Spinoza was that he failed to make a distinction between understanding and will. And the reason that was so troubling to Leibniz is he thought that you couldn't get that you couldn't have the grounds for the reality of God's choice if you don't give this distinction between understanding and will. And so I'm wondering how this pertains to Berkeley. The understanding and will are just two different ways of talking about the same substance, and there is no distinction there. I'm wondering how Berkeley is going to account for the reality of God's choice, or is this something that isn't going to trouble him, and maybe if not, then why?
Right. Yeah. So there's so just a very quick word about kind of how the medieval background is feeding into Spinoza, Leibniz, and Berkeley. There is this kind of tradition in some of the classical Islamic philosophers, and you get a little bit of it in Judaism and Christianity as well, of like we have this Neoplatonic classical picture that I was describing, which is pretty much inconsistent with all of revealed theology. And then the revealed theology, actually some of the Islamic philosophers explicitly connected up with the noble lie from Plato's Republic. So it's it's not quite really true, but it's a useful thing for ordinary folks who aren't philosophers to believe. So you get Spinoza taking this stuff up with his radical enlightenment ideology and saying, no, we're gonna throw down the noble lie and bring the real truth to people. And so using some of this classical philosophical theology as a weapon against traditional religion, right? And Aquinas, I read Aquinas as very Thomistic in a lot of ways, right? And trying to sort of recover traditional religion in a more robust way within what's still a broadly classical picture. I think Berkeley is maybe more revisionary than Aquinas in how he's seeing God in creation and whatnot, or more revisionary than Leibniz in how he's seeing God in creation and whatnot. So Aquinas has this really strong divine simplicity where there's not a metaphysically real distinction between God's will and understanding, yet somehow it still makes sense to say that God's understanding is prior to God's will, right? And this has to do with the way that we have to conceive of God as acting for reasons. It has to do with the correct way of applying human concepts to God that fall short of representing God's essence. And Leibniz, I think, is thinking something similar, that we, as it were, we have to think of God as acting for reasons. This is a really big theme in Leibniz. And that involves thinking of God's will as subsequent to God's understanding. It's not clear to me how strong Leibniz's conception of divine simplicity is, but he is really committed to that aspect of Aquinas, which is being undermined not only by Spinoza, but also by Descartes. So then we get to Berkeley, and it's a little bit hard to say exactly how Berkeley is playing into that debate. I think it looks like David Barta is here. He's written about this, about intellectualism and voluntarism in Berkeley. But I think that there is kind of a voluntarist tendency to resolve things into the mere will of God in that kind of British tradition in this period that Berkeley is influenced by. There's also this kind of countervailing tendency coming out of the Cambridge Platonists. So all that is to say that I don't know of anywhere where Berkeley really answers that question. And it does seem like kind of a pressing question for him. But there's enough precedent in the tradition for going either way, and going either way after affirming divine simplicity, that I don't think he's in too much danger of falling into Spinoza. But it is a worry.
Thanks.
All right, next we have Michael Jacovides.
Hi, Kenny. I like your talk. So this is a big picture question about the structure of the argument. So you attribute the main motive of Berkeley. So the question of anthropomorphism is like pernicious similarity. And you say the main motive of the medievals is the simplicity doctrine. But, you know, that's not the only argument and the only motive, and the way, you know, Maimonides would be unhappy to say that God, like us, is a spirit in the same sense. And Maimonides is motivated by the thought that God is radically different from every created thing in such a way that it doesn't make sense to use language in the same way. And there's this thread in Aquinas of, from Anselm and from Pseudo-Dionysius of saying, you know, God isn't wise, God is wisdom himself, right? So you want to take the forms of wisdom and knowledge and goodness and say that's what God is. So here's the question. Is the argument, oh, simplicity is really at the core, and once Berkeley convinced them that he manages simplicity, they would sort of go along with the rest of the theology? Or is it something like simplicity is their good argument, and so once you knock that away, you've got like a happy Berkeleyanism? So just what's going on?
I wasn't trying to make that strong a claim about what Maimonides or Aquinas would make of Berkeley.
Okay.
The claim I was trying to make is when we compare Berkeley to that classical tradition, what's the way for us to describe the move he's making, right? And relative to that classical tradition, the move he's making is not to make God more like us, it's to make us more like God.
In some respects, he makes God more like us, right? I mean, he makes God into a spirit, right?
Yeah, but his conception of spirit looks very, very similar to that classical conception of God.
Okay, so I think not, maybe. I think when Berkeley says, Aquinas' arguments require an intelligent spirit, I think maybe it's not true, right? The fifth way is like a teleological argument towards wisdom. It doesn't require God to be wise in the way that we're wise. And I think maybe the passages you quote from Cudworth and Clark are really interesting. And I think maybe trying to say that God is a spirit is an early modern reaction to Descartes and Hobbes, and not a thought that you find in the Middle Ages.
Right. So what I was suggesting here, what Berkeley says Aquinas' argument proves is that God is a properly intelligent cause. And properly, it's in translations of Summa Theologica, proprie is often translated literally, and that is one of the question headings in Summa Theologica, whether any attributes are applied to God properly. So that's the thing, but analogical language is proper or literal according to Aquinas. And so what I was suggesting is that Berkeley actually isn't confused, is not thinking that when he says they're intelligent in the same sense, he's agreeing with Aquinas or Cajetan. He realizes he's making a stronger statement here. But I think that if you look at the bigger picture, that stronger statement works in large part by his differences about the nature of the human being rather than his differences about the nature of God.
Okay.
All right. Next we have Scott Harkema.
All right, thanks. I just have it's maybe a similar question to the one that Colin asked, but I'm wondering why you need to make the very, very strong claim about the simplicity of human spirits. It seems to me you can simply, for the purpose of your conclusion, you can just say, yeah, Berkeley denies that finite spirits have sort of faculties that are truly distinct from the substance, and still say that there's a very real sense in which finite spirits are passive in perception, which is that they have sensory experiences that are not controlled by their will. And that's, I guess I don't see why you can't just say that and still say that Berkeley doesn't thus anthropomorphize God, because he clearly doesn't think that God has those sorts of sensory experiences.
Sure. So clearly Berkeley is trying to make a distinction between finite spirits and God. And one of the ways he does make this distinction is by saying that God perceives nothing by sense as we do, right? And sometimes he does talk about our sensory perception as passive, right? And I think the key point of that passivity, certainly the point he needs in his argument in the beginning of Principles, is the point that we are not the agent responsible for the creation of those ideas, unlike the ideas of our imagination that we create, right? So that's the sense of passivity that's actually doing work in his arguments. And then the question is, can we simultaneously take the pure act talk from the notebooks and the emphasis on spirit, on active being as the definition of spirit, the idea that if you try to abstract away the activity, there's nothing left, right? Can we kind of take all of that seriously while recognizing that kind of passivity? So that's the kind of interpretation that I'm trying to come up with. And I think that the comparison to the things the classical tradition said about God, which is material that Berkeley would have had some familiarity with, most likely, that comparison can kind of help make sense of some of the moves that he's making. But at some point, he's going to want to back off, right, and say, "Of course, we're not God," right? That's going to be really important to him to do at some point.
All right, next we have Manuel Fasko.
Thanks, and thank you, Kenny. This was really interesting, and I would have a lot of questions I could ask, but I want to focus on your claim that Berkeley does not endorse a specific understanding of analogy. Given that even I think the title of the section is the true sense, or at least he begins section 21 with the true sense and meaning of those words. What do you make of this? And also, if you say that he's aware that he is differing from Cajetan and Aquinas, why point to Cajetan in the first place if it was not the idea that Cajetan has a similar take on analogy, at least as far as the form is concerned?
Yes. So here is what I take as the point of that section. Diagoras, that is Collins, he said, "Oh, long ago, the most profound and speculative divines, discovering that we couldn't make any sense of theism, turned it all into a metaphor," right? That's how the whole thing starts. And Crito says, let's investigate the history here. And he makes an argument that those profound and speculative divines of the past were not taking this stuff metaphorically, they were taking it literally. And we will see that if we understand the true and proper sense of the word analogy. That is, they were talking about analogy, but they did not mean by that some kind of non-literal speech, unlike King and Brown. And so I take it that argument is historical about what's meant by this doctrine of analogy. But then at the very end, this part that I've highlighted on the slide right now, Crito says something that indicates, I think, that the argument made in the first half of Dialogue 4 is inconsistent with analogy, even in the correct sense of analogy. But the point is, the people who endorsed analogy were not turning God talk into a metaphor. They were still taking it literally.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so we're just 3 minutes from official time for our session. Margaret Atherton is next. I would like to invite anyone who would like to continue this conversation a little bit into the lunch period, but 3 minutes from now we are at time. So go ahead, Margaret.
Thanks. And thank you, Kenny. I find myself in the grip of a sort of generalized discomfort, and I think a lot of the questions that have been raised focus on one aspect or another of my generalized discomfort. So let me just lay that out. I feel pretty comfortable getting a grip on what Berkeley means when he says that spirits and sensible things don't exist and they're not known in the same sense. But I'm a lot less clear when you're lumping all spirits together and making the claim that they do exist and are known in the same sense, when one of those spirits is infinite and all the rest are finite. Because it just seems to me that that difference is so stark that there's no way that you can talk about a univocal existence or being known of finite and infinite things. And I'm really unsure that I would be willing to say that Berkeley thinks that they exist and are known in the same sense. So I think you're kind of sweeping a lot of problems under a rug.
But I mean, right here he says that God is a thinking, intelligent being in the same sense, as kind of explicitly as you could like, right? And if so, then why not exist and is known in the same sense? Those are much kind of broader, more general, less contemptible terms, right? So if thinking and intelligent in the same sense, then why not existing or known in the same sense? And furthermore, Berkeley emphasizes, particularly at the end of the Principles, that we know God in the same way as other spirits, only better, right? So some finite, narrow assemblage of ideas denotes a human being, whereas everything we see indicates God. So the knowledge is of the very same kind.
Yeah, I think that Berkeley has to think that there is a way in which intelligence is univocal. But I think that given that he also thinks that what we're doing is heightening our understanding up into the infinite realm, it's not, as it were, literally in the same sense.
Yeah, I mean, saying that your pet kitten and a lion are both cats is not like papering over all of the possible differences that might be identified between them, right? And even more so, Berkeley will want to say a lot about what the difference is between God and finite spirits. But I don't think that prevents them from being spirits, being thinking intelligent beings, existing, being known in kind of the same sense of those words.
Okay, I mean, I guess I think I'd like to work a lot harder on same sense, but well, yeah.
All right, we are at time, but if Kenny is willing, we can go to Alberto for a little more discussion at the beginning of the lunch period. Alberto?
I'm here. Well, thank you, Kenny. What was very interesting. I was thinking specifically about the analogy, and I'm going to say some words, and then you can tell me what do you think about it. From my reading to Berkeley, is the nature of God itself is as such as it's inaccessible to our knowledge and language. So, and therefore we can only know and speak of God from our condition, our nature as a creatures. So analogy is a very useful instrument for Berkeley, not just to respond Anthony Collins in the for dialogue, but also it's interesting in my opinion because Berkeley emphasized he only shows or talks about two kinds of analogies, metaphorically and proper. But surely he knows many the other kind of analogy, as you said, and Berkeley himself quotes Aquinas, Suarez, Thomas Cayetan. So surely he knew analogy of inequality, of attribution, or proportionality, metaphor, proper proportionality, and so on. So from my reading, it's interesting that Berkeley emphasized mainly the metaphorical analogy. And I think he does so because it's very useful, because it helps to understand assertions about God based on patience or this kind of God is anger is God, the finger of God. So which read literally would imply divine imperfection. But if we are considered metaphorically, they do not imply any imperfection. So in my opinion, or from my point of view, the analogy is very important. Whether proper and mainly metaphorically, it is important for Berkeley and helps understand that despite of the big difference between God and creatures, they have some similarities, because both have some ontological resemblance, and for that reason exists, well, until a certain point, of course, a relationship between them. But just I want to know, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. An earlier version of this talk had a slide that I cut out about, there's a bit in Dialogue 7 of Al-Safran where he talks about the use of metaphorical analogy drawn from sensible things for talking about spirits. And I think God would be included in that. He's also going to have to, I mean, it's just kind of standard doctrine that God doesn't literally have parts or passions, right? And yet there is all of this biblical language of God in terms of parts or passions, which again is going to be metaphorical. And in Al-Safran 7, it does sound like the like the use of these metaphors is part of the means by which the mind makes progress, that actually it's helping us understand things that we didn't understand before. I don't think he holds that we can use that mechanism to have a conception or notion of something of which we formerly had no conception or notion at all. But he does think it's helpful for guiding our thought. And he also needs to show, kind of show why we do use those metaphors all the time in ordinary religious language. Yeah.
Yeah, but because if we don't use the metaphor, the metaphor analogy, how we can talk about God, about nature of God?
Well, he thinks that we can say things like God is a thinking, intelligent being. God is active. God is a spirit.
Mm-hmm.
God is the cause of my sensory ideas. I think for Berkeley, none of that is metaphorical or analogical or anything. That's all perfectly ordinary univocal speech, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, let me, yeah, I'm gonna think, sure. Thank you.
Well, we made it to the end of our queue, so thank you everyone for your participation, and we will see you back for the first informal discussion after lunch. That's at 1:30 Pacific time.
Great, thank you.
Kenny, time for a quick question from me?
Sure.
I was thinking through this talk, and I think you hinted at this towards the end, that perhaps what Berkeley is doing in terms of having theomorphic human beings may wind up being theologically objectionable, is that there's more motivating staying away from anthropomorphism in the tradition than just the divine simplicity and metaphysics of the divine nature considerations that you've laid out. And I think I agree with you completely on the ways that Berkeley winds up falling on the, so to speak, orthodox side of all of those issues about divine simplicity and such. But I mean, just to name one, the other really big thing, at least in the Christian tradition, as far as not wanting to anthropomorphize God, is that if God is too much like human beings already, then you may wind up robbing the incarnation of some part of its significance. And the issue there seems to be that you run aground of exactly the same problem if you divinize human beings. Because again, if the two are too similar already, you're diminishing, at least potentially, diminishing what it means for God to take on human nature.
Yeah.
If nature is basically the same already.
Yeah. Well, and note that Berkeley's metaphysics of the incarnation can't look that much like the traditional one because it's because basically of not having the traditional metaphysics of body, right, and of the human being. It's hard to figure out. For instance, there's heresy called Apollinarianism that says that the human person, Jesus, the second person of the Trinity, was there instead of a human soul, right? That was condemned as a heresy. So it's supposed to be that there's this like human soul that's united with the divine in such a way as to make one person. How on Berkeley's view, like, you know, what's all of this even going to look like? Is it going to make sense? I think there's a tradition.
Yeah, because if it's just God taking on human type experiences for like sensible experiences for the first time, then that's going to look quite a lot like Apollinarianism.
Right. People like Samuel Clarke and Edward Singh are just actually explicitly defend in Berkeley's lifetime the idea that you can count as orthodox by adhering to any admissible interpretation of the creeds, no matter how different from the historically received one. And I think one of the big kind of theses to this book is that Berkeley should be seen as kind of falling into their camp, their brand of Anglicanism. So I think in a lot of ways he's going to be not too worried about this stuff.
That sounds very Anglican.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they won. You know, Peter Brown lost, and those folks won. So I think he probably isn't going to worry too much about that angle of it, and is maybe going to be okay with just. I mean, if you look at the comments he makes about the incarnation in Elsefron, where he says, "Oh, we don't worry about the metaphysics, believing that in Christ God and man make one person. It just changes the way we view Christ's teaching, and that's what that belief consists in." So he's really trying to say he's not too worried about this.
But does he actually affirmatively state that that's what the incarnation means, or is that one of his like defensive examples of what religious utterances might mean, as when he says like, oh, belief in the Trinity make, call people to a certain kind of humility and subservience or something?
It's in that same context, and I think he's not trying to give an exhaustive account of what he believes about the Trinity, about the incarnation, but he's trying to say that that kind of thing is sufficient for counting as a believer in the incarnation, right? So he's just yeah. So I don't know how agitated Berkeley is likely to get about that.
Yep, fair enough. Thank you.
Yep.
I had a question, Kenny. Do you have time? I mean, I realize you probably don't eat or sleep or anything like that, right?
Well, it's mid-afternoon here. I had lunch before we started. I didn't have time to read your comment in the chat yet, so I'm happy to hear from you now.
Well, mine's a different comment from the chat, but first off, thank you. This has been a lot of fun. I had a couple of questions that were just sort of on the border between Michael Jacovides and Margaret Atherton's questions, and so I'm just one of my thoughts is that this whole idea of anthropomorphism is just a strange concept. For the following reason, I guess, if you have a transcendent being and you have a simple being, then the anthropomorphism isn't going to happen for Berkeley by making human souls simple and in some sense transcendent of the physical, at least. Because I mean, if you think about what so think about the previous question, how do you handle the incarnation? So when Todd was asking how do you handle the incarnation, Berkeley has this discussion in Alciphron where he talks about the resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume that the resurrection and the incarnation would be handled similarly. And so anthropomorphism, I mean, the linguistic features of analogical discussion, or I mean, so analogical reference versus univocal sense and reference, right? Do we have here a linguistic argument for anthropomorphism in Berkeley? And the answer is no, because the metaphysics of anthropomorphism don't actually come up.
Right.
Even if the language does, but we don't have a transcendent being in the same sense as in that discussion of the theological nature of God. And in another very real sense, for Berkeley, the simplicity claim holds for humans just as easily as it does for. So I'm just curious about why the linguistic elements are so relevant to this. I mean, I know that the tradition has it that the linguistic elements are relevant to this, but they've got an entirely different metaphysic from Berkeley.
That's right. So I guess the kind of main point that I was making is that because of Berkeley's metaphysics and philosophy of language, both of which are dramatically different from the traditional one, the claim of univocity, which was thought in the tradition to lead to anthropomorphism, certainly doesn't lead to anything like that kind of anthropomorphism. Right? It doesn't have the kind of conclusion that that those people feared. It might have some other theologically objectionable conclusions, right, at some point, but not that one.
Okay, and that makes complete sense to me. Although I am sort of puzzled about why that would be the case. I mean, you think about the Middle Platonists and the Christian Neoplatonists. They've certainly got a sense in which the immanence of God and the transcendence of God can be handled and referred to and described in ways that are not analogical. So if you think about,
well, everything that's not analogical is negative, right? At least by the time we get to the medieval classical tradition, maybe it was...
by the time you get to Maimonides and Aquinas, sure, but I'm thinking about the Middle Platonists. I'm thinking about Philo, and
okay.
I mean, here you have prototheo, and you have the logos, and then the logos spermatikoi, that are the way that God is immanent in the creative world and in the created world. And so you have this path of understanding the logos, and understanding the logos is understanding the immanent connection between God and reality. At the same time, there's this other sense in which there's this transcendent being, prototheos, right? And that is the transcendent being that we can understand intellectually. We can grasp all of these intellectually, but there is still a transcendent nature.
So yeah, so I'm not real familiar with those texts.
Mm-hmm.
By the time we get to Plotinus, we do have a lot of we need to negate all this stuff. And in Pseudo Dionysius, you have this kind of interesting argument that because we've got Plato, this kind of in Plato's Republic, opinion is set over becoming, knowledge is set over what is, ignorance is set over what is not. But we can't say that God is. God hyper is. God is beyond being. And it follows from that, because God is not part of what is, that knowledge is not set over God. And that's why Dionysius gets a kind of mystical intuition that doesn't merit the name knowledge, that he famously describes as the cloud of unknowing, right? Hence the name of the medieval mystical text. So you do get some of that kind of stuff by pretty early in the Christian tradition, and it, of course, also the Neoplatonism makes its way into the other Abrahamic traditions.
Right. Yeah, but it just sort of, it strikes me as kind of odd, because divine simplicity and transcendence have to be univocal, and if they are univocal, then everything must be analogical.
Right, but they can be univocal because they're negative. So simplicity is the denial of complexity, and transcendence is the denial of similarity.
Okay.
So that's what's going on, is all univocal God talk is negative.
Yeah. I don't know. So in itself, God's transcendence is understood by us and described by us negatively, but it's itself a positive attribute of deity.
That might be true, yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Sorry. Thank you for a great paper.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. And this discussion was very interesting. Thank you. Yeah, all right. So we'll be back in about 45 minutes here.
So Kenny?
Yeah.
Hasso has a hand up. He might have
sure.
a question. You got more time?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, but I want to let the speaker to go. It's too much, but I just got with one question after listening this very interesting talk, which actually made me to think that Swedenborg and actually Berkeley, there is much similar in between their thinking. And with regard to this observation, I was about to wonder if you could quickly clarify that what is actually infinite for Berkeley, because in the paper and in discussion, this concept of infinite versus finite was mentioned very often. And as I understood, infinite is something like that enables interconnection of things, and finite things are things that are distinct from one another. But this seems to be pretty vague for me, because this is more like indefiniteness instead of infinity, because usually,
I think Berkeley usually understands infinite in a quasi-mathematical sense, as like God is infinitely knowing, meaning God knows infinitely many things. But I think there is sometimes a confusion of sorts between that quasi-mathematical sense and this other sense in the theological tradition of the denial of limitations, right? So God's being infinitely knowing also means God knowing everything there is, or the totality of the world. And those two senses of infinite are not always clearly distinguished, but I think Berkeley often likes the quasi-mathematical one.
Okay, thank you. This suffices for now. I let you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It was very nice paper. I like it very much.
All right. I will see you all in 45 minutes or so.
Thanks, Kenny.
Yep.
Thank you.
because we don't have ideas of it. Well, it's kind of striking that the immaterialism is absent from Alciphron 7. So I'm not sure how much we can stake on the fact that he argues in this way elsewhere in interpreting what's going on in Alciphron 7, just because the immaterialism doesn't figure there, or in Alciphron in general.
Sorry, to be clear, are you critical of like the weight that I'm putting in Berkeley's combating materialism by saying that it means nothing, therefore it doesn't exist or it's meaningless, something like that, as opposed to in Alciphron where there's no discussion of immaterialism but religious language explicitly? Is that the idea?
More or less, because you know, he argues in the way you describe, like in the principles and the dialogues. But the fact that he would employ reasoning seemingly inconsistent with that in Alciphron, like maybe that points to it more being a tu quoque strategy than like representing his actual views about the relationship between intelligibility and ideation.
Right. Yeah. Good. Yeah. No. I mean that checks out to me. I would agree. But I guess I just want to be clear about the force that those sorts of passages in my paper, that section, is really supposed to have. I guess more than anything, it was supposed to just simply point out that Berkeley seems in some places to utilize some sorts of intelligibility requirements for meaning generally. And if we want to take those seriously, just in any case, it serves to the end of showing that if prescription is really the end of language, he maybe should be more charitable with respect to matter talk, I suppose. Something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Cool. Scott, did you have a question?
Yeah, so actually, turns out the question is like right on this point. It's about the sort of ruling out the meaningfulness of matter talk. On the basis of it's not having ideational content or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess one sort of big picture thought about that is just that, you know, Berkeley's argumentative strategy throughout the principles and dialogues is often, well, especially in the dialogues, I think, is oftentimes pretty ad hominem. It's he's going after very particular groups of people at very particular points in time, and he oftentimes, I think, takes on the assumptions of the people that he's arguing against, even if he doesn't agree with those assumptions. He's going to show them that their views are inconsistent, and use that as a reason for them to give up their view. That, in addition to his other sort of positive arguments for immaterialism and idealism. So one thing that somebody like Kenny could say is just that all of that bluster in the principles and dialogues about matter, you know, there Berkeley's assuming sort of a different criterion of meaning. Maybe he's assuming a Lockean theory of meaning because he's arguing against the Lockeans. But then later, you know, in other places, he's not going to assume that. He's going to give other sorts of arguments that are definitive elsewhere. Yeah. So that's one.
Good, thank you. Yeah, so I think I gesture towards this sort of possible objection, and I think the conclusion of my paper. But the thought there, I guess, at least from my hip, what I would say is that that's kind of an unfair equivocation, right? I mean, if we want to take seriously these notions again, that is to say that things are meaningless insofar as they have no ideational signification. He's equivocating between his notions of meaning in a way that is inconsistent across the board. So just the quickest I put it, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess I would just, I still think it's possible to just say, I can dig in my heels and say, you're reading that a little bit too literally. And if you understand, you know, what he's saying in the context of what he's doing in the principles or in the dialogues, you see that, yeah, you know, when Berkeley says, oh, it's meaningless, therefore we should discard it. What he's doing is he's saying, you all think, you know, by your own lights, that we should discard it. I might come back later and say, look, we need additional arguments. I think he actually does give additional arguments. So what do you say to somebody that's just really, really bent on that interpretive strategy? Do you just,
to be clear, that interpretive strategy is just to say that the angle at which he's approaching the materialist is fundamentally different from his larger picture of language and meaning. Is that the idea generally?
Yeah, he's essentially pretending to take on a certain view of language just so that he can show these people how wrong they are.
Yeah, regrettably, I would just have to say poo-poo on Berkeley to somebody who would dig the heels in the ground like that.
So Kenny, since you've already had a chance, we'll come back to you in a second if that's okay, and we'll give David ask a question. David, did you want to go ahead?
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think for Benjamin, I just wanted to follow up on this point that was being brought up by Scott about Berkeley's use of the term meaningless. And I've not read this book by Peter Brown, but I imagine the debate between Berkeley and his contemporaries on the issue of meaning and whether one requires ideas in order to have a coherent account of meaning is within the context of the debate around Locke and the Bishop Stallingfit. So you recall in that debate, the bishop was finding that Locke's account of knowledge or meaning would lead to religious skepticism because he didn't have any idea about what substance is, for example.
That's right.
And I think so. So like when you point out in page 3 about how Brown entreats us to consider how language can be prescriptive if it is actually the case that words may be significant, though they signify nothing. I wonder what Brown has to say as a follow-up to that claim. Does he bring in any issue having to do with Locke and the challenges that he faced with his account of meaning that Berkeley took himself to be solving?
Right. Yeah, good question. Not that I recall. No, he kind of dives in directly after that with his critique of religious propositions and utterances generally in Berkeley. That seems to be his focus.
Okay.
Yeah. So, with respect again, to your follow-up to Scott's point, I guess I just want to be clear that my bringing up the entire bit about the matter and its supposed meaninglessness in Berkeley for the reason that it doesn't have ideational content as it's significant or as that which it signifies is really to just kind of press force on what I see to be Brown's main worry for Berkeley and religious language is just that, look, for religious languages, there's no veridical representational content for God nor his attributes. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Like if Berkeley has the sort of account that Pearce espouses here, where it's like, well, hold on a second. Like truth, in a sense, consists in the degrees to which we more or less, and these aren't Kenny's words because he's quite, he puts his foot down about this. It's more or less pragmatic, right? So it's our effective volitional responses in the world. Brown is really just saying, that like, hold on a second, like, can we really, well, it looks like we have more reason to be, language can be more prescriptive in those instances where we do in fact have ideational signification. And these passages that I'm pointing out just seem to show that Berkeley doesn't allow for that with the cases with the materialists. So again, it's the equivocation. That's just what I take issue with. Yeah.
Okay, I see. All right. Okay, so maybe then the lack of reference in the case of matter on Berkeley's view. So when he says that matter is meaningless, according to you think that he should have held the same thesis he held regarding spiritual substance?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so that he shouldn't have held different views regarding the two.
That's
okay.
Right. Yep. That's exactly right. Thank you. Yeah.
Kenny, we can go ahead and circle back to you.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to jump in on this issue about whether ideational significance is somehow better, and whether Berkeley relies on that at all in the argument against matter. So this is one of the most kind of common objections to use theory type interpretations, is this allegation that Berkeley says that matter is meaningless because it doesn't stand for an idea. But of course, there's the famous passage in the discussion of Hylas's parity argument in the dialogues, where Philonous says, I don't reject matter because I have no notion of it. I reject it because the notion of it is inconsistent. And Berkeley's pretty consistent in laying this dilemma over and over and over again, that either it's contradictory or it's meaningless. Why? Because the materialist keeps changing the definition, right? And some of the definitions are contradictory and some of them are meaningless. And when you look at what Berkeley actually says about whether people believe in matter in Principles 54, he actually has a quite subtle and complex account of belief in matter. He says, upon a narrow inquiry, it will not perhaps be found so many as is imagined do really believe the existence of matter or things without the mind. Strictly speaking, to believe that which involves a contradiction or has no meaning in it is impossible.
That's right.
Then skipping a line or so, he then says, in one sense indeed, men may be said to believe that matter exists. That is, they act as if the immediate cause of their sensations, which affects them every moment and is so nearly present to them, were some senseless, unthinking being. You see? So this acting as if is a pernicious kind of half-belief or something. That kind of acting is a sort of thing that could constitute belief. But it's defective because the kind of, on my reading, I would say, because the rules for the use of the word matter are just not sufficiently well defined to let somebody be a kind of robust and consistent follower of those rules, as you would have to be if you were going to have full-on belief in matter.
Right. Great. Thank you. Yeah. So two things. So I'll address the latter thing you said first and come back to something that you had said earlier. So with respect to religious utterances or religious propositions or spiritual beings in Berkeley, you would want to say, well, I think you do, but I guess I'm unclear on how you can arrive at this, that those sorts of strings of words or propositions do somehow or help us to operate well more so in the world than would matter. And that, I guess, I'm kind of unclear on how we can go about that. And then secondly, I guess this segues into the second point. What are the reasons, I'm curious for you, that you think it is on Berkeley's view that talk of matter is either lands us into contradiction or is meaningless? And I guess, again, that's why I want to highlight these sorts of passages. It seems to be that they're inconsistent insofar as they raise or they attempt to raise inconsistent ideas, or they're meaningless in virtue of the fact that there can be no possible, that is impossible, ideas in our minds. And that, again, seems to apply for spirit talk.
Yeah, I mean, again, it depends on what kind of definition of matter you're talking about, right? So ordinary folks, when they hear matter, they think you're talking about something sensible.
Right.
And if you're talking about something sensible, then you ought to have an idea of it, because sensible things are things we have ideas of.
That's right. Yep.
Or can have ideas of. But if you're talking about the Lockean notion, then again, he's just, or the Cartesian notion or whatever, he just keeps putting out there that challenge to, like, tell me in enough detail what this thing is really supposed to be, right? And he's trying to say every attempt to do that lands in some kind of contradiction. And that's how I think we should read all of these passages. And so I do think some of them should be read ad hominem, as Scott is saying, where, like, we have to be careful in each place. When is Berkeley talking about his own view? When is he talking about his opponent's view? Note that in the bit you quote from Principle 16, it's say you, I have no idea, right? And then Berkeley is saying, well, you must think you have some relative idea or something. in his mature view, relations are things we have notions of, not ideas.
That's right.
But this text is written before he's drawn that distinction,
Mhm.
right? Because we need some kind of, okay, we need some sort of way of giving meaning to this, which just is lacking on all the accounts that the materialists are giving.
Mhm.
That I think is the core issue.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think it's in virtue of them not being able to have any sort of coherent ideational content. But yeah, great. Thank you. That is helpful, though. I mean, context is important here. So I appreciate that, both your comment there, Kenny, and Scott's as well as David's. Thanks.
I'm going to insert myself in here just for a second. And this is, keep in mind, this is coming from a non-Berkeley scholar. So I imagine I'll be quickly dismissed. But I was struck by a little bit of your paper where you say that Berkeley thinks statements like matter exists are false and not just nonsensical. But what I've been hearing here is, we think about these statements as contradictory. And generally when something's contradictory, it doesn't really have a truth value, or it's meaningless. And I can't understand how something that's meaningless, just a random collection of noise, could have, a proper truth value. And it seems important to your thesis that it does have a truth value. But the passages that you cited in your paper didn't clearly express to me that he was saying it has a truth value. He was just saying it's meaningless. And so I was wondering if you could fill that in a little bit, or if I'm misunderstanding, or if this is just something in Berkeley scholarship that's taken for granted. No,
this is a really good point. Thank you. You know what? In this specific case, I think this is on page 9. This might be sloppy on my part. In fact, I would say that it is. But right, so, I mean, the two passages that I cited here, is it just the two? So let me see the first one. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, I don't have any passages on hand besides these two. This came from a larger paper. I apologize, and I just took these two, cherry-picked them out of it, and it's a sloppy use of language. But I mean, I would be happy to open the door to Kenny or somebody else that is more familiar with, well, I suppose specifically Kenny here, to his fill of Lang and his considerations concerning truth and falsity with respect to matter and talk of matter specifically.
I mean, my reading would be, he thinks that the term matter is ambiguous, and on some interpretations, the claim that matter exists is false, and on other interpretations, it's meaningless. And when it's false because contradictory, right?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah.
Scott, did you have another question? You want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I also just wanted to talk a little bit more about your account of the meaningfulness of spirit talk. And you rightly point out that Berkeley seems to be adamant that we definitely don't have ideas of spirits, but he does think that we have notions of spirits. And then there's a whole lot of argument about what that actually means, and whether that's, notions are actually supposed to do any explanatory work in Berkeley or not. I was just wondering, why can't Berkeley get meaning for spirit talk? Just from our, what he oftentimes describes as an immediate knowledge of ourselves. Sure, that's not going to give us an idea of ourselves. It's not going to have any sensory content. But he still seems to think that there's something going on up here when we think about ourselves. And so why can't that sort of play the role of an idea and give meaning to spirit talk? And then, of course, we all know the standard story that goes from, okay, I know my spirit, so I can then make an analogy between my spirit and another person and another spirit. So if I can know about myself that I'm wise, then I can know that Socrates is wise, and all the way up the chain to say that God is wise. do you find something particularly objectionable about that story for Berkeley?
So thanks. Yeah. So I think there's something that need to flag to be careful. So firstly, I don't think that coming from a first person point of view, that like spirit or Benjamin, the utterance of that word alone, myself doing it, I don't think that's meaningless. I do, and I agree. I have immediate knowledge of my own being, and it's meaningful insofar as I have immediate knowledge of that which is signified by the word Benjamin. However, once we start to build complex sentences and the subject and the predicate is involved, specifically concerning other spirits, let alone God in this case, and that's what most of this has been about, as you know, trying to attach predicates that presumably signify ideational content to something that is not apt to bear description is my gripe. So hopefully that clears things up.
So I actually was wondering about that, the apt to bear descriptions thing. So sure, you might have a problem with being able to say something like Benjamin is tall or something like that, because tall is signifying ideational content, whereas Benjamin supposedly refers to a spirit. So I can see how you might think there's a problem there. You could maybe get around that by saying, oh, well, when we're talking about Benjamin in that sense, we're talking about Benjamin's body, not Benjamin the spirit. But anyways, that aside, what about, I mean, there seem to be a lot of other non-idea descriptions that would be apt. For instance, is wise, or is angry, or is hungry. These seem to be the sorts of things that we can know through, in a similar way that we know ourselves, right? Through this sort of immediate awareness or something like that. And if we can become aware of those sorts of things, why can't we use those? Why is my spirit not able to bear that description?
That sort of description. Right, good, yeah, thank you. So I guess I would just push back with a question then. So how is it your or anybody else's understanding of Berkeley that we can even come to know that we have hunger? What is it that elicits our knowledge, our immediate knowledge of hunger? Is it not some sort of a phenomenological kind of feeling that we might want to call an idea, or is it something other? So that's kind of where I would want to come from with that.
Yeah, so maybe hunger isn't the best.
Or even wisdom. I mean, I guess that's, I don't want to like really funnel things here, because I think this is juicy and I think this is a problem for kind of what I'm saying here, probably a little bit too forceful. But generally, I think all things that are going to be volitional or things that we want to consider an activity in some sense are going to kind of funnel into our knowledge of them being in virtue of some sort of phenomenological field, qua idea, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
So I had just a little follow-up on that. You say at one point that for Berkeley, faith doesn't terminate in the ear, but in the will. So I'm curious what, I don't know if it makes sense to say, what the volitional content would be when you're having an act of will based on faith or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So, I mean, what you're quoting is Kenny. So Kenny says this. So that's actually really interesting. And I agree. This kind of spells some sort of problem so far as I see it, right? I mean, under my interpretation, which might be wildly misconstrued, but this is kind of my interpretation here. So far as we only can recognize volitions in virtue of whether it's going to be a concurrent or, subsequent or consequent sort of idea, like a train or, a one item sort of thing. I too am curious what it is to have, truth and assent based on affective and volitional responses if everything bottoms out in ideas regardless. Right. It's a good question. Ken, you want to chime in?
Sure, yeah, if I can follow up on that. The kind of bottoming out in ideas that you're talking about is something that Brown endorses really explicitly. And that's why Brown at one point makes the shocking statement that if analogy doesn't work, then his philosophy will be reduced to Hobbesian materialism, right? Because all ideas are of material things, and all the basic materials of our cognition, our ideas. And so for Brown, we have to somehow, by analogy, be able to use these ideas whose proper objects are material things to think about immaterial things.
Yep.
But I don't think that's Berkeley's view. I think that Berkeley thinks that we know our own activity in the doing of it, right? That we have this kind of, and we can't call that, I mean, maybe we should say there's a phenomenology of action there. That's, if you want to say that, that's fine. But it's not, but it shouldn't be understood as an idea because it's an inherently active kind of phenomenology, the experience of doing. And then in terms of what's going on in the, like, faith terminating in the will, that's, you know, it's beliefs are dispositions, habits, etc. of the will. So it's not that there is a particular volition that is the believing or something, like there might be maybe for Descartes. Will assents to a power. The sort of proper faith is a kind of steady, persistent, dispositional state of the will, if you like, whereby you're disposed to follow certain rules. That, I mean, that's how I read what's going on there with faith and belief, and with our ability to conceive of actions.
Okay, interesting.
Does Berkeley, does he actually locate like a disposition in the will itself, or is it sort of part of a different faculty?
Well, remember, he doesn't believe in a real distinction of faculties.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He does talk particularly in Cyrus about habit, and that shows up a few other places. But I don't think he really gives an analysis of what it is and how it fits into the metaphysics of spirit. So I think that, as far as I know, is kind of an unanswered question for Berkeley. One of the reasons I use that phrase, it doesn't terminate in the ear, it terminates in the will, there actually is a line in the Johnson correspondence talking about the philosophy of time, not about religion, but where he says people have these confusions because they've misunderstood the nature of words, which as often terminate in the will as in the understanding.
Yeah, so I'm still pretty hung up on being careful to not implicitly separate the volition from its extension. I mean, surely for Berkeley, we can't have pure volition absent some sort of ideational, glue, or sorry, something to adhere it with. I mean, by what means? Am I curious? I'm honestly befuddled. Can we even recognize that we have a volition or a dispositional state, etc., any activity of mind or whatever it is you want to say, absent having corresponding ideas? They operate about them. That's what it is. They don't just operate full stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I don't know. And Todd is right here.
Yeah, that's right.
In the chat window. But you want to be careful about saying a corresponding idea, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah.
So it's not as though we have an idea of the volition. That's not going to work.
Well, of course. Sorry, and I wanted to be clear about that too. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. But in some way we're going to have to. I mean, and this is. So Locke believes in ideas of reflection. He thinks there are ideas of volitions. But even he thinks that we don't get those ideas until the mind starts operating on sensory ideas, right? So, and Brown's going to say that too on his own analogical account of how we get kind of analogical concepts of mind. So it's going to be, so I think we are going to have to start out at the ground level with this kind of volition or activity starting out as a kind of operation about ideas, yeah. And that's going to have to be what's the ground floor for our awareness of our own activity. But we need this like reflection or consciousness, Berkeley calls it, that is an awareness of our own activity about those ideas, which can't be reduced to the ideas themselves.
Sure.
And that's going to be different than Brown, who thinks we see these orderly changes of ideas and then we sort of analogically conceive of an ordering principle of some kind. It's not like that for Berkeley. That ordering principle is something we have immediate awareness of.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any thoughts, concerns, or questions?
One thing I could add quickly, just as a question, is there anywhere in Brown where he raises the issue for the Berkeleyan view? I've seen this objection raised like in contemporary times, but does Brown ever talk about the problem of how, without ideational content, you're able to individuate different religious propositions as the ones that they are? Like there's this problem that, like, you know, Berkeley says, well, belief in X causes us to be, well, it involves the disposition towards charity or whatever. It's like, well, you might be able to say that about many different religious propositions within the same system, and then it's not clear without the ideational component whether the use part can individuate these propositions. Does Brown bring this up at all?
Not that I know of. No, not specifically. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious.
Because I mean, this question does seem, it seems pretty foresighted. Well, that is Brown's objection here. That's really what drew me to it in the first place. But yeah, that's a good question.
Well, if there are no other questions, I think we can end just a few minutes early, take a little bit longer break, and I will see everyone back here in about 10 minutes for Kyoto's talk.
Yeah, just wanted to thank everybody for listening and participating, and special thanks to Kenny for having an awesome book and giving me the opportunity to have some pretty cool stuff to write about. So thanks, everyone.
All right, so welcome back again. Our next speaker is Kyoto Fields, who's going to be presenting a paper on Berkeley on perceptual discrimination of physical objects. And his plan is to give a brief sort of live overview of his paper, and then we'll have our standard question and answer period after. So I'll pass it over to you, Kyoto.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me. Give me a second. All right. Oh no, hold on. It won't allow me to share my screen for some reason. Oh no.
You should be able to share, Kyoto. You should have that permission.
I gave it permission, but let's see if that happens. Okay, there we go. And let's do this. Okay, so once you start reading Berkeley, you realize fairly quickly that this distinction that he draws between immediate perception and immediate perception is really important for him. But then you realize it's a mess. A lot of scholars have run into trouble trying to figure out how he draws this distinction. And consequently, it's unclear whether Berkeley thinks that physical objects are immediately perceived or immediately perceived. And scholars are divided over this. A little background about physical objects for Berkeley. He thinks that they're collections of ideas of diverse senses, so sight, touch, flavors, he sometimes adds. But we get these different answers on the question of whether or not physical objects are immediately perceived. And the commentators who say that they are, say that some of the qualities that are in the collection that constitute a physical object are immediately perceived, and others are immediately perceived in virtue of the immediately perceived ones. That's sort of roughly speaking. And scholars who say no, and I'm counting myself in that group, they say that in order to perceive a physical object, you have to perceive the sensible qualities as a distinct collection from other sensible qualities that you're perceiving at the same time. I'm using sensible qualities and ideas interchangeably here. But in order to perceive a distinct collection of sensible qualities, you have to do some mental association. And so the physical objects are only immediately perceived because some mental association is required. So I'm calling the former version or answer to the question, the yes answer, the hybrid interpretation, because it's both immediate and mediate. And I'm calling the latter the associative interpretation. And I'm going to argue for the associative. And part of how I'm going to do that is by arguing that against the hybrid interpretation, that immediate perception is neither necessary nor sufficient in order to perceive a physical object. So here I've got a bunch of pictures of geckos hanging out on trees. And you might not see the geckos. So there's one, there's one, there's one, and there's one, right? But so imagine you're walking through you're on a hike through the woods, right? And I say to you, look, there's a gecko. So I've drawn your attention to the gecko. You're immediately perceiving sensible, visible qualities of the gecko, its colors, so on and so forth. You're also, I would say, immediately perceiving the gecko's tangible qualities. You don't perceive the gecko as flat, for instance, or liquid rather than solid, or gaseous rather than solid, or something like that. The problem is, the reason you can't see the gecko is because you can't discriminate the visible qualities of the gecko from the visible qualities of the tree, or the tangible qualities of the gecko from the tangible qualities of the tree, right? So immediately perceiving some of the qualities of the gecko is not sufficient to perceive it as a distinct physical object, right? Then there's this other issue that Berkeley raises in the three dialogues. I'm not going to quote Berkeley, I'll just give you an instance of what he's talking about. So suppose you see a white sphere, and I have these images here, under different lighting. So natural light versus a red light versus a blue light. Well, when you see the sphere, the white sphere, which is to say, white qualities are elements of the sphere, right? They're designedly instituted in the collection that constitutes the sphere. You can see the sphere under red light or blue light without seeing any of the white qualities. In that case, you're not immediately perceiving any of the qualities of the sphere, but you're perceiving the sphere, right? So on the one hand, immediate perception is not sufficient. On the other hand, it's not necessary. It's not necessary and sufficient. Well, it's not necessary and sufficient. And in both cases, well, in the former case in particular, the not sufficient, it's clear that the reason is because you can't discriminate the object from other things that you're perceiving at the same time. Now, Berkeley has an account of perceptual discrimination, very brief, in the New Theory of Vision. And he says, he's talking about the Molyneux-man thought experiment. And he says that in order to perceive physical objects, the Molyneux man would need to perceive the motions, right? And he describes two different kinds of motions, sort of intrinsic motions, the motions of the various parts of the man is what he says, versus the motion of the man against his environment, right? And only through perceiving those motions over time can the Molyneux man learn to discriminate physical objects. So that's his account of perceptual discrimination. Now, you might think, fine, if you can perceive motion immediately, then you can perceptually discriminate immediately. But Berkeley gives us 3 reasons why motion is not immediately perceived, it's only mediately perceived. The first reason is that motions are relations, and Berkeley thinks that relations are not immediately perceived. And I want to stress that that's even the case for Berkeley if both of the relata are immediately perceived. So even if, say I'm perceiving Bill and Bob, and Bill is taller than Bob, you might want to say that I'm immediately perceiving Bill and Bob. Of course, that's the whole question of this presentation, but let's just go with it. I'm immediately perceiving Bill and Bob, but I'm only immediately perceiving the relation taller than because, well, I'm not immediately perceiving the relation taller than because that requires a comparison, some mental activity, so on and so forth, right? Okay, so the second reason is that motion is a succession of ideas. So Berkeley has, you know, your standard flip book theory of motion. There are sort of ideas in a succession. And if you have that kind of a flip book theory, well, not all of the relata are being immediately perceived at once. So even if it were the case that relations could be immediately perceived in virtue of immediately perceiving all of their relata, you're not immediately perceiving all of the relata in a succession, right? And motion is a succession. And then the third reason that Berkeley gives, and he says this explicitly, is that it's possible to misperceive motion. And in this little GIF I have on the side, it's an impossible motion. I have another one of a standard sort of train, if you've ever been on the subway. Depending on your viewing angle, the train can look like it's going away from you, or it can look like it's coming towards you, but it's moving the same direction. So that's sort of standard perceptual illusion. But Berkeley thinks that immediate perception is infallible, right? When he talks about the ore that looks bent in water, he says the perceiver is not mistaken with respect to how it looks, right? Which is to say, with respect to how it immediately perceives, or how he immediately perceives it. Yeah, thank you. If motions are required to perceptually discriminate physical objects, perceptions of motions are required to discriminate physical objects, and perceptions of motions are immediate, then perception of physical objects is mediate. So that's the view. Thank you very much. How do I stop?
Great, thank you. And just like last time, we'll do the same thing where you can use the hand function, raise hand function for comments. But if you're struggling with that, feel free to type into the chat box. If you have a follow-up, also feel free to tap into the chat box. So Kenny, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Chiara. I found this talk really interesting. It drew attention to some elements that some kind of elements of Berkeley that I hadn't looked at closely. But I just think I missed a step in the argument. So so I get that that Berkeley actually sees this problem about perceptual discrimination and he cares about it. And he thinks that perceptual discrimination requires some mediate perception of some kind. And the gecko example shows that it's sort of plausible to suppose that mediate perception, or that perceptual discrimination is required for object perception. But the step in the argument that I think I missed is what evidence there is that Berkeley thinks that perceptual discrimination is required for object perception. Because at least to my ear, it doesn't seem like obviously false or absurd to say that I do see the gecko when I fail to discriminate it from the tree. After all, those colors that I'm seeing are the colors of the gecko and not the tree because it's blocking the tree.
Okay, so let me share this, the passage that I'm looking at. Okay, so this is the passage from the New Theory of Vision. Hence it follows that a man more blind, I'm going down to the green part. Well, just before the green part. There crowd into his mind the ideas which compose the man in company with all other ideas perceived at the same time. All of these ideas offered at once to his view, he would not distribute into sundry distinct combinations till such time as by observing the parts of the man and other experiences, the motion of the parts of the man and other experiences, he comes to know which are to be separated and which are to be collected together. So in order to perceive, in order to discriminate the man's body from its surroundings, the Molyneux patient has to perceive, learn to do that by perceiving some motions. So
yeah,
that's the passage.
The thing that I was missing is, what is the evidence that Berkeley thinks that until he has done that task, he isn't seeing the man or the human body? You see, if he's just getting a jumble of ideas, and in fact, those ideas do make up a human body, why doesn't that, where does Berkeley say that that doesn't count as perceiving a human body? Or why do we think that that's Berkeley's view?
Because it's not object perception as opposed to quality perception. So you can certainly perceive, immediately perceive lights and colors, or even textures and flavors and stuff like that. But it's unclear that that's sufficient for object perception. So one example that I give in the paper is holding a cherry in your hand. And so it's Molyneux patient-like, which is to say that God creates your body, and at the same time God creates your body, there's God puts a cherry in your hand. So your body comes into existence holding a cherry. And at that same time, you have a pain where the cherry is. So how do you sort which tangible qualities are qualities of the cherry and which tangible quality, and whether the pain is a tangible quality of the cherry? And I think I think Berkeley would say, I think this is fair, that you would be misperceiving the cherry if you perceived the pain as an element of the cherry, assuming that the pain is not a divinely instituted, right, element of the cherry. So I certainly can see the point about sort of quality perception, but insofar as object perception requires divvying up a scene of qualities, that's where I think we would need motion, or that's where I think Berkeley would say we would need motion.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Scott, did you want to go ahead with a follow-up?
Sorry, are we there now? Okay, sorry, the unmute function wasn't working. Yeah, I have a quick follow-up. So yeah, I mean, I think you make the point very clearly that in order to know that we're perceiving an object, you need to be able to perceive the motions of that object and then to be able to discriminate it from other objects. But I find that, yeah, something like what Kenny was saying to be sort of compelling, that we could make a distinction between perceiving an object and knowing that we're perceiving that object. Obviously, I don't know that I'm perceiving a gecko when I look at the tree and don't see any motions of the gecko. But if God, in fact, does, create those ideas in me with these sort of the right sorts of volitions, that if I were in a different perspective, or if I were to see the motions of the gecko, the ideas would line up a certain way. If that's all right on God's side, why not just say, look, I'm seeing the gecko, like I'm seeing the thing that God created to be such and such a way, and for me to see in such and such a way. Obviously I don't know that I'm seeing the gecko, but I'm still seeing the gecko.
Yeah, so I think that the crucial divide here isn't between perceiving an object and knowing that you're perceiving an object. I think the crucial divide here is between perceiving an object and misperceiving an object. So to go back to the example that I was talking about with respect to Kenny, God doesn't, so God puts the pain in my hand when I have the cherry. God isn't culpable for me including the pain as an element of the cherry. But if I do that, I've misperceived the cherry. And to go back to the gecko, if I include the visible qualities of the gecko and the tangible or the tangible qualities of the gecko as elements of the tree, right, then I'm misperceiving the gecko, or perhaps misperceiving the tree, however you want to sort of slice that. So I think that's the relevant difference. I kind of want to keep epistemic considerations at bay a little bit, just because that's another layer of this like mess that is the distinction between immediate and physical objects on the non-epistemic side of perceiving physical objects. I still think that if we stay on that non-epistemic side, so I don't have to know what I'm perceiving, or I don't have to apply any concepts. That's another issue in the area here. I think you can still make the case that immediate perception is at issue if you take into consideration misperception or the possibility of misperception.
Do I have time to just quickly say one more thing? So that is helpful. One thing I just wanted to point out is that the passage that you use as evidence for Berkeley recognizing that discrimination is necessary for object perception. I think that passage is put in epistemic terms. The sort of, anyways, that's all.
Yeah. No, you're right. And Berkeley often uses know and perceive, sort of slips between them, which is why that's another layer of the messiness of this distinction. But because it's the Molyneux man, we can assume that he doesn't know what he's seeing, right? Even when it's plausible that he doesn't know what he's seeing, even when he's able to finally discriminate these various objects. He doesn't know what he's looking at. So I think because he's talking about the Molyneux patient, we can sort of assume that he means perception and not sort of in a non-epistemic sense. But thank you, that's a great point. Both points, both you and Kenny, great points, thank you.
Lisa?
Hi, thanks a lot for the paper. It's a neat angle. So you might have addressed this question in answering Kenny, but it's a distinct question, so I'm gonna ask it anyway. Suppose I buy, as I'm inclined to, that object perception requires perceptual discrimination. But does perceptual discrimination always require motion? I mean, it helps a lot with the gecko, but why would it always be necessary?
So I thought about this a bit earlier today while I was looking down the street and nothing was moving, right? So let me know if this example is what you have in mind. You know, I open my eyes and I can discriminate objects, although no object is in motion. Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like sometimes I can use a visual outline, and that works up without motion.
I think Berkeley has the resources. I'm not going to go so far as to say that he even suggests, or well, that he even proposes this, but I think Berkeley has the resources to say something like this. When I'm able to make those kinds of discriminations, it's because my imagination comes to expect that under such and such circumstances, there will be such and such motion, including motions of my own body. And since Berkeley thinks that motions are successions of ideas anyway, all that really means is under such and such circumstances, I can expect such and such ideas. And that's how I'm able to do edges of things and so on and so forth. Right.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Colin?
Cool. Thanks. So I want to ask you just kind of like a framing question about like how exactly you're understanding object perception of objects. And let me kind of like outline two possibilities. You can tell me like which one is kind of more or less on the right track. So here's like one thing you might mean when you're investigating object perception. You're like, there's the special relation, the perceptual relation, and you want to know whether and when you stand in that relation to a physical object as a whole, so like the whole collection of qualities, rather than just like this or that quality. Right. So that's one thing you might be investigating. Another thing that you might be suggesting is like the conditions under which you can perceive something as a physical object, or that something is a physical object. And so like that might require perceiving that it's like distinct from its surroundings. So there, like it's really easy to see how motion might become important. And like at different points in your paper, I felt like you were talking about the first or the second thing. So I'm just not sure. I could benefit from some clarity.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So I think the challenge in answering that question is that Berkeley thinks that physical objects are collections of ideas. So you know, in order to, okay, so I'm trying to avoid using the word sort, right? Because that brings to mind sortal concepts or something like that, and I want to avoid that kind of talk. But in order to sort of, okay, so one of the things I discussed in the paper was sort of in the background is this theory that, Berkeley's theory, that physical objects are constituted by God. So God sort of draws the boundaries of these collections. We don't. So the question is, how do we recognize these boundaries, and which qualities are in the collection and which are external to the collection? I don't know that it makes, I don't know that there's a fruitful way to distinguish between asking that question and asking what are the conditions under which we're able to make those distinctions, right? Maybe one way to approach both is to say, well, how do we learn to make those, to see where those divine boundaries are, divinely instituted boundaries are, because it's clear that Berkeley thinks we learn to do it. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. That's a good one. Yeah.
Your answer makes me think that you're really interested in the vicinity of my second disambiguation.
Well, here's what gives me pause. Conditions under which suggest to me either sort of environmental, or I don't think because we're talking about perception, I don't think we can do this in an analytical sort of way, right? What are the sort of, I don't think we can get an analysis of the conditions under which these things should or shouldn't occur. I think it has to be sort of psychological / cognitive. So what is the mind doing? Or what's happening psychologically when we are able to make these distinctions? And the reason I want to say that is because I want to say that the immediate perception distinction is psychological, right? And that's also why I don't want to say it has very much to do with the perceiver's environment, because I think for Berkeley, it's a feature of perceptual acuity or something like that, or perceptual capacity or something like that, and not, I mean, there's definitely a sense in which we learn from the environment how to do this, but I don't think, I don't think environmental cues rather than perceptual cues are what we're using to do it, if that makes any sense.
So I think that I might have chosen my words poorly by referring to conditions. like what I was asking is whether you're investigating what is required, maybe in a psychological sense, to perceive that something is a physical object or like a distinct collection of qualities, or whether you're interested, and that was my second option, or the first option was the psychological capacities just to stand in a certain kind of like conscious acquaintance, perceptual relation.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure I don't think it's the first. And I'm pretty sure that even hybrid interpretation defenders don't think it's the first either, because I think they would agree that the immediately perceived ideas suggest or signify other ideas that are only immediately perceived or something like that. And it's that combination. So which is to say, there's some psychological stuff going on in the background, even for the hybrid interpretation. It's not a matter of just acquaintance, right? Because there has to be, there has to be suggestion or immediate perception as well as immediate perception. So I think the important question is where the object perception lies. I don't think either side of this disagrees. That I think both camps agree that we immediately perceive some qualities and we immediately perceive others. I think the difference between the camps is where does the object perception lie? Does it lie on the immediate perception side or the immediate perception side? So they're all going to agree that there's some psychological stuff going on and that it's not a matter of acquaintance for Berkeley, I think.
David, did you want to jump in on this?
Yes, although I suspect Kyoto might have answered my question along the way. So, but here's what I thought initially when I was trying to make when I was trying to tie my question back to Colin's question about perceptual discrimination and actual perception of objects, is I'm convinced by your argument that perceptual discrimination requires immediate perception. But I'm not sure I follow the conclusion from that to perception of objects is immediate rather than immediate. So I said I agree that if perceptual discrimination requires motion and motion is immediately perceived, then discrimination requires immediate perception.
All right. But you disagree that?
No, I'm not sure I see from that how it follows that perception of objects is immediate.
Well, because object perception is immediate. So so very similar, I think, to Kenny's question earlier. For the gecko pictures, why can't I be, or even Scott's question from earlier, why can't I be said to perceive these objects, but just not know that I perceive them or something like that? And my answer for Scott, I think, might be helpful here because it's possible to misperceive. And for Berkeley, misperception only happens at the level of immediate perception. So if you can misperceive, insofar as physical objects, sensible qualities, I'm saying, I think that's right. misperception is not available. So if you see red, you see red. But physical objects, misperception is possible. And so,
okay, so wait, all right. So, but I think so. Misperception is a higher order kind of perception, right? So I think it's possibly because you are judging or something like that.
well, not necessarily, because so in my example of feeling pain when I'm holding the cherry, if I perceive the pain as an element of the cherry, which this is not unusual, right? I'm misperceiving either the cherry or the pain, however you want to say it, because the pain is not a divinely instituted element of the cherry, right? So if I perceive the pain as an element of the cherry, then I'm misperceiving the cherry. Does that help?
Wait.
I think Todd had a follow up to this as well. Did you want to press this a little bit?
Okay, I think let me turn over to Scott and then Todd. Is it Todd? Yeah, Todd.
I think this is a follow-up to what you're saying, David, but forgive me if I was misunderstanding your original point. I took you to be pointing out that there seemed to be room in conceptual space for the view that, yes, acts of mediate perception, specifically of motion, are required to learn to discriminate objects, but that skill having been learned, the objects we then that we've previously learned to discriminate are perceived immediately when we subsequently encounter them. And this is kind of what, like, you open your eyes and you have that vista down the street that you don't have any difficulty discriminating the objects, even though there's no motion in that particular case. I think this also goes to what Lisa was getting at. And this has certainly been my experience with some kind of optical illusions where there's some camouflaged object on a picture, and you look and you look and you look and you don't see it, and then finally it pops up. And then you don't have to search the next time you look. You just look at it and you can see the proverbial gecko on the as part of the visual scene. So now I don't endorse the view I'm suggesting here. I'm on your side as far as I think I'm in your camp as far as thinking that Kyoto's camp in terms of thinking that perception of composite bodies is always mediate. But I was just I took David to be suggesting that there might be a view possible which agrees with what you say about motion being necessary for perceptual discrimination, but that's consistent with then immediately perceiving bodies after that.
It's sort of once you've got the ladder of, once you've climbed the ladder and learned how to perceive objects, you can sort of toss the ladder of immediate perception out. And
I kind of I'm kicking away a ladder view.
Yeah. I like that line actually. But I think Berkeley's response to that is going to be, all those passages in the New Theory of Vision, and I want to say a couple in Alciphron as well, where he says, suggestion, which is the mechanism, I guess, of immediate perception, is, I don't know how to describe it, simultaneous maybe, but he draws this analogy between immediately perceiving distance and hearing a word, and you immediately hear, right? When you know what the word means, you immediately hear its meaning or something like that. Just like when you know the language of vision, you immediately see distances. But that's not, what he means by that is, there's no time lag in the, right? the process of suggestion is instantaneous or nearly instantaneous as far as you're concerned. So you
immediate in the temporal sense rather than the
rather than
mediated.
That's right. So I think insofar as that's a line, I think that's how Berkeley would answer it. When I walk out on the street and I see nothing moving, I immediately or instantaneously discriminate objects because I'm so good at it, right? Or my sight is so good at it. I think that's right.
All right. Okay. I think I've clarified what I think my question is based on the discussion that we've just been having, especially where we are bringing in the notions of fallibility. So as I mentioned, so if you have a person here, right, and an intermediary and an object here, right, we say that we are perceiving whatever object is here via this intermediary if you're perceiving that object immediately. Is that right? So immediate perception is perception via intermediary, whatever that intermediary is.
The definition that I used of immediate perception.
Yeah, looking at page 3.
Yeah, the definition that I used of immediate perception in the paper, I borrow this, I think it's a good one. I borrow it from Richard Glasser. And it has 2 clauses, if I recall correctly. One is that there's suggestion, and the other is that the imagination expects under certain circumstances that if such and such were the case, then you would immediately perceive a tangible idea of a certain kind or a different visible idea of a certain kind. So I don't think that Berkeley would say that immediate perception is just perceiving Y in virtue of perceiving X. I think he would also say that it's having certain expectations about Z, Q, and R that you would perceive, right? Making certain predictions, so on and so forth. So that's a richer notion than just I immediately perceive Y by perceiving X and X suggesting Y.
Okay.
Or X signifying Y or something like that. Yeah.
All right. So this is
I'm sorry, I'm just going to cut you off. I want to make sure we have time to get to everybody in the queue, if that's okay.
Okay.
So Margaret, did you have a question?
In a manner of speaking, I have a companion who's also been listening to your paper, Kyoto, and he'd like to say some things to you. This is Bob Schwartz.
Hey, how you doing?
I didn't get a chance to read your paper, and I guess I'm coming at it from the stuff in Vision. And
that's all right.
A few things. I mean, if it's partly an answer to sort of on your side, I mean, merely seeing the thing isn't going to be enough for anything. I mean, because what you immediately see is a two-dimensional phenomenal display, which would mean you'd see everything that's in your visual field. I mean, you're getting stimuli from all of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's got to be somewhat weird. I mean, you'd see, and you'd see all the parts too. I mean,
yeah,
you see the gecko, you see the gecko's nose, you see also the fact that, if you'd only seen the gecko's nose, you may not know it's a gecko, certainly, and you may not know what the rest of it looks like. So clearly you need something further to do that. The other thing as far as an object, well, that's a tricky thing, just what an object is in general. I mean, if you're thinking at the level of what you have to see, whether it's an outline shape or in some interesting sense, what is thought to be innate about object perception is actually motion. If you see two things move, if you see something moving together, they don't have to look alike. You treat it as one object. And then just on the issue of immediate, I mean, if you take it the way Berkeley begins the new theory with saying everyone agrees you don't immediately see distance, and he was right. But that was, based on the only things you immediately see are the immediate responses of your sensory organs. And that's, in fact, where the term object came in. It wasn't when they talked about the object of perception, smell was the object of, So I was just sort of puzzled by that. It seemed to me you had the right thing to do. Now, the other question is, how do we discriminate things? And, in like the ball thing, the sphere, obviously, you wouldn't see it as a sphere if you also didn't have the shadow.
Right.
So I mean, there's a lot of stuff of what counts. So are you seeing it as a sphere, or are you just seeing a circle? I mean, in the visual field, if you only had what you're given, then there's no 3 dimensions. So how could you separate any boundaries unless you have some spatial thing? And for Berkeley, if you haven't moved in things, you don't even have left and right, let alone up and down.
Right.
Anyway, those are my confusions.
I'm sympathetic to all of that.
Critic your position.
Yeah. Thank you.
A little fast.
I got a lot of inspiration from a couple of your papers on this, Margaret. So thank you for all that. I think object perception. I think Robert, you're on the nose. Object perception is sort of fundamentally a sort of spatial perception, or involves a sort of spatial perception. And so at least for, regular macro objects, sort of weird, like even oil spills, right, where different parts are dispersed. Even that's in a way a kind of fundamentally spatial perception. But so I think that's why the sort of the people who defend the view that we can immediately perceive objects, I think that's why they're saying, well, you immediately perceive some qualities and immediately perceive others, because it's the ones that you immediately perceive that give you the spatial, right, information. But that's the information that we need to perceive it as an object. Otherwise, as you say, it's just an undifferentiated visual field. And I wouldn't even say field, I would just say just sort of phenomenal visual experience, or visual array or something like that.
And it's got to be phenomenal 2-dimensional.
That's right. That's right.
So it couldn't be something, if you mean by object, something you could touch. I mean,
exactly.
Good. Now I understand. On the other hand, if you have a good idea of what it is to perceive an object, no one does. So you would get a nice, you get a wonderful publication in the best perception to actually say what an object, what it is.
Yeah, it's not no one's figured it out yet. So.
We'll go ahead with Anne-Marie.
Terrific. I'm happy to come on the heels of that exchange, because I'm wondering, physical object, that expression, just on my cursory search, doesn't appear in the new theory, right? That's a Fields-ism.
Well, no. Well, I want to say that the scholars that I've been reading, who on both sides, they just refer to these as physical objects, just as I think it makes the discussion easier to read and to write. Otherwise,
well, so Berkeley in the Principles uses sensible object. Is that the same as physical object?
So okay, that's exactly right. But this is why I think the scholars on both sides use physical object, because Berkeley uses sensible object to refer to both sensible qualities, colors, flavors, odors, and to objects that are combinations of sensible
Right.
Right.
And that's exactly what I wanted to push you on, was suppose that I'm in a sensory deprivation chamber and I don't perceive by sight or touch, but I have one of these other non-extensive sensory modalities and have a sensation. Am I perceiving a physical object?
You don't perceive by sight or touch.
Right. So those are the modalities that give me extension.
Yeah, those
and
are
motion.
that's right. But you've got smell, taste, and hearing, maybe.
Sure.
And internal, I forget what they call them. Not proprioceptive. I guess proprioceptive, like balance and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think Berkeley even considered that kind of case, but I think he would say, yeah, you're not in a position to perceive physical objects. You're in a position to have sensations, that's for sure. Pains and stuff like that, internal sensations. Well, maybe not even pain if you don't have, pain is tangible. So you wouldn't even be able to feel pain. Yeah.
Is pain exclusively tangible?
There's a passage in New Theory, I don't know if he says exclusively, but there's a passage in New Theory of Vision, I want to say it's in the 60s or late 50s, where he says we do not experience pain by vision, we experience it by touch. And the reason—
But couldn't I be frustrated with my situation?
Oh, sure. Well, I think he would classify that as a passion, or an emotion, or a disposition, or something like that, and not necessarily as a pain. Even though emotions, we might think have a phenomenal valence to them sometimes.
Yeah. So a pungent smell is not painful. I mean, surely you've smelled things that are just so foul.
I don't think Berkeley. I think Berkeley would say that the pungent smell is actually a warning of the physical pain to come should you digest whatever is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with them on phenomenological grounds. The smell itself
you know what
is
I mean?
just, yeah. Because intense heat, right, is inseparable from pain, and it seems like intense stinkiness. Sorry, I'm getting punchy. It's
no. It might be, I've never considered this. It might be that Berkeley thinks that the two are so closely associated for you. So actually Locke has this great example of honey that makes a person sick, it makes them nauseous. And the person comes to associate nausea so closely with honey that the smell of honey makes them nauseous. So this is kind of the kind of case you're talking about. And I think Berkeley would say that the nausea is not in the honey or the smell of the honey. The nausea is its own thing, but they're very closely associated for you, right? Which is subtle distinction, subtle difference, but a difference nonetheless, I think. Yeah.
So we have just like a minute or so left, and one more person wanting to ask a question. So Colin, if you have a quickie, you can get it in now.
Someone else who hasn't talked wants to go. I'm happy to pass the baton. But I also have you ask my question. So I wanted to ask you about motion and individuation.
Okay.
Because I feel like there's this really interesting thing going on where on your reading of Berkeley, motion is doing a huge amount of perceptual individuation work, and that kind of chunks the perceptual field into objects, if they move as a unit. And what's striking is that's kind of a perceptual version of the way Descartes tries to individuate bodies in Principles Part 2, where he's like, what do I mean by one body? Well, when you have like some stuff moving together like as a unit. And so I guess I'm wondering whether for Berkeley, like common motion plays any role, any like, does any work to individuate physical objects in a metaphysical sense? Like, is it important that a collection of qualities like actually moves as one to constitute a physical object, or is it like merely a perceptual significance for him?
That's wow. Okay, wow. I'll have to think about that. I want to say the metaphysical part is all on God. So if a succession of motions is, if a succession of ideas is divinely instituted such that they move, right, in a certain way, then that's the metaphysical constitution side of it. And then it might be that the perceptual stuff depends on that metaphysical constitution. I think that's how I would want to explain that. But yeah, it's definitely going to be on the divinely instituted qualities side if we're asking metaphysical questions rather than perceptual ones.
Well, we're just a few minutes over time, so I just wanted to thank our speaker. If you could all vigorously push the clap button, that's probably the right thing to do. Other than that, we'll have one more talk by David coming up in just a few minutes, so take a 3-minute break, and we'll reconvene in just a few minutes. think we'll give people just another minute or two to filter back in before we start.
Can I share my screen meanwhile?
Yeah, of course. I think we can go ahead and get started. Our last talk is going to be by David Mwakema on Berkeley and infinite divisibility. And he wanted to give a short presentation live, so I'll pass it over to you, David.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. So my plan is to just give an overview of what I'm up to in this paper for 25 minutes. And then the rest of the 30 minutes that I've been given for my talk, we can ask questions, and I'll try to see whether I have an answer. So let's go. So Berkeley on infinite visibility. The story begins with Aristotle. So Aristotle, famously in the physics, takes infinite visibility and continuity to be synonymous. So I have some quotations here. What is infinitely divisible is continuous. What is continuous is divisible ad infinitum. By continuous, I mean that which is divisible into divisible, which is always divisible. We take this as a division of continuous. So what happened is that this Aristotelian view of infinite divisibility of continuous quantities was adopted by Isaac Barrow, who was a professor at Cambridge in the 17th century. He maintained and argued at length that whatever is continued is always divisible into parts, again, divisible. And he says that he's not ignorant how difficult this doctrine is admitted by some and rejected by others. So Berkeley was one of the people who rejected this view. He begins his account of mathematics actually in the principles of human, concerning the principles of human knowledge, by saying that infinite divisibility is neither an axiom or theorem of the elements of that science. And I took this to mean that if we go back and look at Euclid's elements, then we shall not find any evidence of infinite divisibility as a theorem or axiom. And this is, in fact, applying the pace of people like Arnold and Nicole, who in their logical art of thinking maintain that geometry provides proofs as clear as proofs of any other tool. It reveals to us that infinite divisibility, here they're talking about matter, has been demonstrated. So the question I'm asking in my paper is whether infinite divisibility of finite lines is an axiom or theorem of elementary geometry. I argue that Berkeley is right in pointing out that it is neither an axiom nor theorem. The view that magnitudes are infinitely divisible is a philosophical thesis due to Aristotle. The reason why I emphasize philosophical thesis is because Aristotle was, he was developing this view in response to the atomists. So the atomists, who are Aristotle's most, the people that he was objecting to the most, held that they are indivisible atoms that compose continuous quantities of matter. And Aristotle was actually developing a view that was supposed to deny that quantities or magnitudes of matter is atomic. So why does this matter? Well, I think it matters because Berkeley is telling us that there are certain prejudices that have passed into principles. And one of those is the infinite divisibility of quantities. And Berkeley is asking us to actually question this principle to find out whether indeed it is true. The other reason why it matters is I think that if you look at the literature on this subject, many of the authors that have written on Berkeley actually take this denial of indivisibility as one part of Berkeley's thinking, where he was a bit too radical in his foundations for geometry. But I don't think that they have evaluated in detail whether this is in fact an axiom or theorem in Euclid. Many of them have assumed that it is. Again, I also think that it is hard to understand Berkeley's mathematical atomism without understanding the history of mathematics, especially the view of the Pythagoreans and how that relates to Aristotle, and especially the influence of Gassendi. I think Gassendi was one of the people in the 17th century who was trying to distinguish between the thesis on the mathematical side regarding infinite divisibility and the thesis of infinite divisibility on the physics side. And I think Berkeley was aware that there is such a distinction and we need to maintain it. So how have I outlined my presentation? So in the first part, I introduced the terms which set this debate. And I will want to argue that it depends on how we conceive of points and how we understand the relation of part to whole. So in the second part, I show briefly, because I don't think I'll have time to go into any detail, how Aristotle's conception of mathematics led him to the thesis of infinite divisibility. And the conception here is a philosophical conception, because it is defended at length, first in the categories and subsequently in the metaphysics and the physics. And then I will conclude briefly by looking at the debate between Berkeley and Barrow on incommensurables. If you recall the quotation we saw from the portrayal logicians, it was incommensurability that implied infinite divisibility. So I would want to see whether that is in fact the case by looking at this debate between Berkeley and Barrow. So let's start. So in the principles, we get a very compressed argument by Berkeley regarding infinite divisibility. So it's compressed because I think Berkeley had exercised his thinking on this subject very early on in his career, starting in the notebooks through and so on and so forth. That's why in the notebooks in particular, so you find him really exercising himself on this question. So when you get to the principles, we get the first argument that this is the first argument. What I'm calling the first argument is the one that comes from Principles 128. So there are no infinite lines. That's the premise. So suppose that a line L is infinitely divisible into an infinite number of parts. Then the union of that infinite number of parts is finite. So it follows that the line L is infinite. So the premise one is contradicted because it's common ground, presumably, that there are no infinite lines. But then the second argument, which is suppose or let L be a finite line, and suppose that L is infinitely divisible into an infinite number of parts. Again, the union with the number of parts is finite. It follows that line L is infinite, contradicting the first premise. So one has several ways of rejecting these arguments. One can deny that it is common ground in the 17th century, that there are no infinite lines. And so Anat Shetman has argued in a recent paper on 3 types of infinity in the early modern period, that Locke accepts the notion of an infinite measure. So I think in that paper, she wants to argue that Locke accepts this notion of infinite measure. Leibniz denies it, but has instead an iterative notion of the infinite. And, but he denies the notion of an infinite measure. And then Descartes has a notion of an ontic measure. So I think, so if you read Shetman's paper, you might think, oh, well, look, perhaps it was not common ground in the 17th century that there are no infinite lines. And there's evidence, if you look at the essay, Locke does write that space in itself is actually boundless. But crucially, I think the argument that there are no infinite lines depends on the assumption of whether space is a magnitude. And I think there's evidence that it is, because space is continuous. But if it is a magnitude, then the infinitude of space is ruled out by Eudoxus' axiom. Because this axiom, which we find in Euclid book 5, definition 4, says that ratios are only defined between finite magnitudes. And this is captured by Mancosu in a slogan, which he thinks goes back to the 17th century, that there is no proportion between the finite and the infinite. So if this was the case, then I think it is common ground that there are no infinite lines, regardless of what Locke had to say about infinite measure and so on and so forth. But another reason people argue that Berkeley is mistaken challenges the premise that the union of infinite parts, of an infinite number of parts is infinite. So people point out that Berkeley betrays a naive ignorance of convergent geometric series. So convergent geometric series have a finite sum, even though there is an infinite number of parts in a line, for example, that has been divided in the ratio 1:2. So how I respond to this criticism that Berkeley betrays this naive ignorance is that Berkeley, the Elements, does not discuss the notions of convergence and divergence of infinite series. This came much, much later. It is Aristotle who was one of the first to use this convergent geometric series as synonymous with potentially infinite divisible as a response to Zeno. So again, here we are seeing a kind of philosophical argument being made on the basis of mathematics. So there's kind of conflation going on. But I also think that Berkeley read Barrow's mathematical lectures. So the fact that he read Barrow's mathematical lectures, I think, counts as evidence that he was not simply ignorant that convergent geometric series might be counterexamples. So there must be something else that's going on. And what I think is going on is that this whole issue turns out on the question of points and whether points can actually compose a magnitude. So not for me to do that, I need to be clear on what Berkeley's denial of infinite divisibility entails. So many have supposed that Berkeley's denial entails that for every line, there is a finite number of divisions that can be done on L, beyond which L is not divisible. But I think this can't be right because Berkeley doesn't think they are indivisible lines. So his geometrical minima are points, they're not lines. So what I think Berkeley's denial of indivisibility entails is that lines can be composed of indivisible points or geometrical minima. The division of a line can't go on infinitely because eventually, contrary Aristotle, we must arrive at mathematical atoms or points. So I'm good to show in what follows that Aristotle regarding infinite divisibility denies that continuous quantities are fundamentally atomic. Specifically, it is equivalent to the thesis that lines cannot be composed of points. So the evidence I have is the following. So in the book that deals with continuity, Aristotle is explicit. He's explicitly saying that nothing that is continuous can be composed of indivisibles. A line cannot be composed of points, the line being continuous and the point indivisible. And so the argument that he gives at this section of the physics depend on subtle distinctions that Aristotle had made leading up to this book, namely the difference between being in contact and the difference between wholes and the difference between succession and so on and so forth. But the whole point is that he wants to argue that the infinite divisibility of continuous quantities rules out that points can be composed of points. So instead, Aristotle proposes or argues that points exist potentially. I already mentioned this earlier when I was beginning my talk. And the evidence I have for this potential existence of points comes from commentators on Aristotle's physics. In particular, Simplicius was in the 6th century Common Era, has this to say in his commentary on Aristotle's physics. But even more recently, scholars of Aristotle, like Fred Miller Jr., noticed that Aristotle is reformulating all these difficulties in his own terms. and presents his own theory of the continuum as the only way out of this ancient dilemma, which seeks to show the absurdity of continuous magnitudes. So the ancient dilemma is the following. If someone says that mathematical points can have no size or spatial extension, then they are nothing and cannot be parts of magnitudes. For the parts of magnitudes are other homogeneous magnitudes with size. But the second one is that if someone says that mathematical points have size, then they are not indivisible after all. So Aristotle rejected the first horn and reanalyzed continuity in terms of infinite divisibility and avoided the dilemma by arguing that points exist potentially. Epicureans and Berkeley embraced the second horn, but avoided the dilemma by saying that points have the minimal size beyond which magnitudes cannot be divided. That is, they denied infinite divisibility. So Aristotle defended his view of potential existence of points on the basis of the bisection theorem. So Aristotle assumed that you can always bisect a line into two equal segments, and the continuity consisted of the identity of the right limit of the left segment and the left limit of the right segment. But Aristotle additionally drew the conclusion that continuous magnitudes are infinitely divisible on the basis of the claim that bisections can be done an indefinite number of times. And geometers following Aristotle took this to be the consequence of what is now the proposition in the Euclid's Elements that involves bisecting a given line. So what I argue against this way of taking proposition 10 in Euclid's Element as a proof of infinite divisibility is that the analysis of the proof does not show that a line can be bisected infinitely many times. I think we need to distinguish what we are in fact bisecting. In reality, for the bisection stage n greater than 1, we are strictly speaking not bisecting the original line. So it is false to say that bisections of the original line can be done infinitely many times. For each line, the bisection is only done once. But it is possible that Aristotle was using a different geometry textbook by Theology, where the conclusion was, in fact, that this process can be done infinitely many times. So recent scholars like Linebo and Shapiro speculate that in holding that these procedures can be iterated indefinitely, Aristotle again follows the mathematical practice of the time, this time in opposition to his major opponents, the atomists, who postulate a limit to, say, bisection. But as a way of responding to this reading of Linebo and Shapiro, I think Proclus, whose commentary on the first book of Euclid's Elements is the best historical source we have of ancient geometry, has this to say. So I'm not going to read the entire thing because of time, but I want us to focus on the sentence beginning with the continuous. So he says the continuous, we say, is what consists of parts that are in contact, and this can always be divided. But they do not assume that what is continuous is also divisible to infinity. It's an axiom that every continuum is divisible. Hence, a finite line being continuous is divisible. This is the notion that the author of the Elements uses in bisecting the finite straight line, not the assumption that it is divisible to infinity. That something is divisible and that it is divisible to infinity are not the same. And I think Proclus is right for the reasons that I gave earlier. Like, we need to distinguish between what we in fact bisecting or dividing. Though it is true that every line is divisible, but it is not necessarily true that every line or the same line is infinitely divisible. So in particular, what we get from Proclus is that continuity was a common notion required to argue that every line is divisible or bisectable once. Aristotle was one of those people who fallaciously made the extrapolation from the divisibility of each line to the potential infinite divisibility of the same line. And he analyzed continuity in his own terms because he held a different conceptions of mathematics from the Pythagoreans. Now, I will not go into these different conceptions of mathematics from the Pythagoreans. People who are interested can look at my paper. What I will want to finish up with is this debate between Berkeley and Barrow on incommensurables and infinite divisibility. The reason why this debate is important, because if Berkeley denies infinite divisibility, then according to most scholars, incommensurability poses a threat to him. And in particular, it's a threat for Berkeley if, one, he believes that they are indivisible lines, and two, he believes that the number of indivisible lines that a line can be divided into corresponds to its size. So for example, you can think of the diagonal of a square of unit length. If Berkeley believes both 1 and 2, then we can find the number of indivisible lines in the diagonal as, say, m, corresponding to its size. And then you can find the number of indivisible lines on the side corresponding to its size as n. But then it means that we can find a proportion or ratio between the diagonal and the side, which is impossible, especially if the square root of 2 is incommensurable with the unit or 1. So I think Berkeley can avoid this problem or this threat. One, because he doesn't believe they are indivisible lines. As I've mentioned, his geometrical minima are points. And although Berkeley appears to endorse 2, it is not because he believes in indivisible lines. Rather, he is thinking in metrical terms. Thinking in metrical terms is what I think Berkeley can make sense of Berkeley's reasoning when he says that the interval, or when it seems to imply that the interval between 0 and 5 is larger than the interval between 0 to 2. Although we know today that the same number of divisions can be made in each. Okay, I think I can go through this in more details during Q&A, but let me just finish for now. So on this debate. So Barrow, in his mathematical lectures, says that I shall briefly observe to you that all the arguments which are brought against the perceptual divisibility of quantity are either mere begging the question or depend upon false supposition, or lastly, have no relation at all to the matter. But Berkeley, in his notebooks, where, as I mentioned, he was really thinking about this issue very early on in his career, promises or tells himself that he needs to inquire most diligently concerning the incommensurability of diagonal and side, whether it does not go on the supposition of unit being divisible ad infinitum. That is, of the extended thing spoken of being divisible ad infinitum. And so the indivisibility of deduced therefrom is a petitio principii. So you might think that this is another instance where Berkeley is engaging in an ad hominem argument, but I think there's no fallacy here. We need to see who is right. I think we can do that. So because of what Barrow says in his mathematical lectures, he says that the principal reason of incommensurability seems to be founded in this, that since a mean proportional number may always be found between two plane similar numbers, because the product made by the multiplication of plane similar numbers is always a square number whose root is that mean proportional. Since I say things are thus in similar numbers and is demonstrated in the elements, that it happens quite always in all dissimilar numbers, there's no mean proportional number between two dissimilar plane numbers. Hence, if quantities are supposed to be to one another in the ratio of two dissimilar numbers, and a mean proportion will be found between these quantities, which may perpetually be done because, notice, because of the indivisibility of every quantity, there will be no number in inverse nature which can represent or answer to this quantity. And consequently, those being supposed and expressed by numbers, this will be incommensurable. So Barrow's point is, I think, not as complicated as it sounds. It's really the question of finding the geometric mean between two numbers, which is I've shown on the third bullet point. So Barrow's point is that the geometric mean is rational just in case m and n are plane similar numbers. But if, again, if you look at the proof, this is book 8, proposition 11, nowhere in this proof is infinite divisibility of finite lines assumed or concluded. Again, we can get into this in Q&A. So recap and conclusion. What I have done is, again, in this project, is to look at the history of geometry to attempt to substantiate Berkeley's claims. I think I have shown that historically the debate turns on how we understand parts and points. And I showed that Aristotle's conceptualized mathematical concepts to suit his physical purposes, and that the view differed from the Pythagorean in this regard. And even this was a consequence of this new conceptual framework. And the debate between Barrow and Berkeley is decided in Berkeley's favor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. For those that are just joining us now, we're adopting the convention of clicking on the raise hand icon if you have a question. And you can find that if you click on the participants thing, and then there's going to be a list, and then underneath that list will be the raise hand. But if you're having problems with that, or if you have a follow-up during any of the Q&A, feel free to just type it into the chat box, and we'll get to you whenever we can. So if anybody has any question, go ahead and click on the raise hand thing, and we'll go through the list. Kenny, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thanks, David. I just have a question about the definition of bisection.
Yes.
Because if every line can be bisected, and to bisect a line means to construct two lines of equal length that are half the size of the original line, or to divide it, right, into two lines of equal length, then it will follow from that the lines are divisible to infinity, right? If the product of bisect line.
Okay, why though?
Well, because we divide it once, right? And when we divide it, what we've created are two lines that are each half of the original line.
That's true.
But since those two things are lines, they're also divisible in half. The operation of bisection can also be performed on them. And the output of the operation of bisection is a line, half the length of the original one. Right, so since the output again is a line, it's divisible again.
Okay, right, I think there's, I do not disagree with that. I think what I'm saying in my paper is that this follows from a common notion, namely that every line is can be bisected or divisible. So it is true that we can generate an infinite number of lines through this process, all right, but it is one thing to say that we can generate an infinite number of lines through this process, right? And to say that the original line is infinitely divisible, because you're not dividing the, like, let me put it this way. Actually, let me pull up my slides. I think I have something to say on this in the later slide, which I did not show. Just give me a moment. Let's see. No, it's not there. Here, yeah, slide 27. So the bisection, we are strictly not bisecting the original line. So I'm taking that the theorem that we find in proposition 10, he says that for each line, right, we can bisect it, right? And that is true for each line, but it does not follow from that this can be done infinitely many times. We need a different argument that this can be done infinitely many times.
So that's the part I'm confused about.
Yes.
Because if the bisection divides the line in half, and each of the halves are themselves lines, and every line can be bisected, then we get infinite divisibility, right? So which step of that goes wrong?
Wait, so infinite divisibility in which sense? In the Aristotelian sense or from proposition 10? So in the Aristotelian sense of infinite divisibility, what we're getting is that we cannot have a line composed of points. And I'm saying that that does not follow from proposition 10.
I'm not sure I understand the distinction between the senses of infinite divisibility.
I think Scott has a follow-up on this that might help.
Yeah, maybe that'll help.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I had a similar sort of question. I had it in slightly different terms. So the bisection of the line, you take a line and you bisect it. The two bisections of it are, could we call them parts of the original line?
The resulting two lines, yes, are parts.
Okay, so I feel like there's a similar thing we can say about this to Kenny's question, which is if it's a part of the line, then bisecting it is also a division of the original line, right? So if you bisect the bisection of the original line, isn't that, it's not a bisection of the original line, but it is a division of the original line. And it seems like you can continue to bisect the parts infinitely. And so it should be, you should get the result of infinite divisibility.
Okay, so, all right, okay. I'm seeing what you're saying. So suppose you have a line AB, you bisect it at C. Now we have how many lines? We have 3 lines, AC, CB, and the original line AB. Okay, so what are we bisecting next? Are we bisecting AB, or are we bisecting AC, or are we bisecting CB?
Bisect AC at point D, then bisect AD at point E, then bisect AE, right? And you can keep doing that forever.
That's right, but notice it's not the same line that we are dividing. Here we are dividing any of the 2 resulting lines from the preceding bisection. And I think this is the distinction we are getting here. And I agree with Kenny and Scott's questions that this is a tricky way of understanding what's going on. But the reason why I think we need to dissociate the two is because for Aristotle, when he's trying to argue against the atomists in the physics book 6, what we have is that he thinks the dichotomy paradox, which supposed to show that motion is impossible, is just the bisection theorem. But if you look at the other Achilles and tortoise paradox, that paradox is not the bisection theorem. That paradox is the division is done in the ratio 1:10. So how is that theorem, the division can be done in 1:10 ratio, supposed to follow from proposition 10 book 1? I don't know. So one of the people in this forum posted a question on the website, pointing me to a theorem, I think in book 6. I haven't analyzed that theorem in detail because I have not had the time to do so. But if anything, that might be where to look at for evidence of infinite divisibility, not book 10. Not book 1, proposition 10.
Okay, Hassa, did you have a question? Hassa, are you there?
Sorry, I stayed muted too long. No, I had only two short comments about this dividing line thing, because like in the chat we were discussing that the objection about infinite divisibility, it would be valid if you could say that every part, if you take all the parts of this line that are bisected together, they are the same as the original line. But after this bisection, these parts of the line have different identity. And I think that this might be related, this view, to Aristotle's metaphysical commitments, in which he thinks explicitly that the whole is different than the sum of parts.
Okay.
Metaphysically.
Okay.
So this is kind of metaphysical way of doing mathematics, which we don't do anymore, but people did.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you're right, because now we know, for example, that in the case of infinite sets, the whole is not necessarily greater than the part.
That's another thing. Yes. Yeah. Good. Okay, but this is the only thing I had for now. So next question.
Wait, so upon asking questions through the chat, I'm seeing several questions, like from there's one from Lisa Shabo. I'm seeing so the original line is not the infinite division, but rather new lines are generated upon each bisection. Yes, I think this is what Proclus is claiming. At least that's how I'm reading it. And the new lines that are being generated are the ones to which proposition 10, book 1 applies at each stage. So it's true, actually. So okay, so I didn't go into detail regarding this issue in this presentation, but in my paper I go into more detail. So in particular, this geometric series with common ratio 1/2 is supposedly supposed to be a counterexample to this claim that you can have an infinite number of parts in a finite line. But I think this is why I'm saying that this issue turns on the distinction between points and parts. The reason why this geometric series converges really is that subsequent to a certain number of terms, the parts between terms is negligible. It's really zero, such that if you sum the already finite number of units of distance before a certain big N and add the parts which come after it, it adds nothing significant to the units of distance that you've already computed. And this is why this convergence works. And I think Berkeley's point, or what he wants us to take away, is that you can only have a finite number of units of distance in a finite line. And this is the argument we're getting from earlier on in the principles here. Okay, sorry. So does that answer your question, Lisa? Okay, thank you so much for the question as well. Let's see.
I see one more hand up from Alberto.
Alberto? Mm-hmm. Okay, it's not typed in the chat box, so all right, go ahead. Thank you, Alberto.
Yes, it's a brief comment, a brief question about. I was, after seeing your slides, I was thinking if you consider, thinking specifically in Berkeley, if you consider his Conference of Infinites from 1707, which was a conference before the Dublin Philosophical Society, and it's interesting, or was interesting for me, because it shows Berkeley's modern influences. For example, in that conference, Berkeley criticized infinitesimals, specifically the John Wallis' Arithmetica Infinitorum. And after analyze some specific examples of Wallis' Arithmetica, Berkeley says or concludes that infinitesimals are merely nothing. And then he analyzed a controversy between a Dutch mathematician, Bernard Nieuwenhuis, and Leibniz. And it's interesting, well, at least for me, because Berkeley is underlining the problem of language, considering that specific topic of infinitesimals. And I just wonder if you, in some moment, you consider to analyze this, not only, of course, on the infinite, as well as the
analyze and especially consider more Berkeley's modern influences, not only Aristotle, because of course it's in the root, but there are others.
Okay, all right. I think that's an excellent question. Thank you. I'm aware of this paper from 1707 that Berkeley appears in his collected works, but that's a talk that was given at the Philosophical Society in Dublin. Now, I think the issue of Berkeley's contemporaries who influenced his thinking, you mentioned in the Analyst and the other book from Wallis. I think you're absolutely right. These are certainly influences on Berkeley's thought. I have not looked into detail how Berkeley's views on infinite divisibility influenced his views on the calculus, but I believe there is a connection. Like one criticism he did have on the calculus, as you rightly pointed out, is that they seem to be contradictory, as at least as formulated in that century, namely the talk of infinitesimals or quantities diminishing beyond every quantity, and so on and so forth. So perhaps Berkeley's criticism of the calculus grew out of his initial thoughts on infinite visibility. But that's something that I am perhaps going to pursue, or you might even pursue as a project eventually. But it's definitely something that I think is worth looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think there's a follow-up from Benjamin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, following up to Alberto's point about Berkeley's influences with respect to infinite divisibility and geometry. So far as I've been really kind of reading Berkeley, both contextually and really kind of textually, I was kind of always under the impression that Berkeley was really operating in his talk about infinite divisibility and geometry imagistically. And you had mentioned in your slides that he's coming at it from almost an explicitly metric or metrical point of view. And I wonder if you'd have more to say about that, or where you might be able to point us
okay.
in support of that. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
I think this is the okay. All right. Okay. So I think you're absolutely right. So if you look at some of the arguments that Berkeley gives in the principles, one argument relies on what he says his inability to discriminate an innumerable number of parts in a finite line. So you might think that this is indeed relying on our intuition, or the fact that we need to be able to actually perceive distinct parts in a line in order for us to, and because we cannot perceive infinitely many parts, we therefore shouldn't believe that finite lines are infinitely visible. And I agree that this reading of Berkeley has also been proposed by people who want to argue that Berkeley holds a kind of instrumentalist view regarding infinite divisibility, where he argues that whereas it is false, to strictly speaking, to say that the finite line is infinitely divisible, we can perhaps, for the sake of science, assume or take it as a useful tool for mathematics, because the finite line in itself is a sign of other even bigger lines than the one that you're considering. So there's definitely that reading. And as I said, I didn't develop that in this paper, but it's a subject of my other paper on Berkeley's mathematical atomism. Because I realized when I was working on this project that it was getting really big, and I had to pick and choose what I wanted to say within a reasonable amount of space. So I deferred this discussion, the one that you're bringing up, to another paper where we look more carefully at the instrumentalist reading and the relation between perception and Berkeley's argument regarding infinite divisibility, and whether in fact it is, what are the dependency relationships, for example? Does the argument depend on perception, or is it really Berkeley's mathematics or mathematical views that is driving the argument? So I will look at that later in the paper I'm working on. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you. Just, yeah, I don't want to push you too hard on this, but it's so interesting, that you're coming from that perspective. I'm very interested in reading the fuller work on this that you've put out. But I've always read it the opposite way with the signification, that it's the numeral, the actual imagistic kind of length or whatever it is, the picturesque perception that we have is that which is signified by some such numeral or metric, not the other way around. Anyway, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Wait, let me follow up on that. So you're saying that the numerals, like, so the numerals in what, in a line?
No, sorry, thinking about some such numerals, those signify some sort of like determinate idea we have of some such length or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think I'm seeing what you're saying. So yeah, Berkeley has first of all, unlike Barrow, Berkeley does maintain a sharp distinction between geometry and arithmetic.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
in particular, Berkeley thinks geometry is true. In the strongest sense possible, true, capital T. But in the case of arithmetic, he doesn't really believe that there's anything significant that's going on there besides just manipulation of symbols or numerals, as you're pointing out. And it's interesting to try to understand what Berkeley took to be the proper foundations. So if you've read the paper, I mentioned that the incommensurability thesis is arithmetical. And Berkeley, I think, is trying to dissociate this theorem, arithmetical theorem, from geometry. While incommensurability can be shown to be true, number theoretically, Berkeley wants us to notice that it doesn't imply anything about magnitudes or infinite divisibility of magnitudes.
Okay. Yeah.
Those are completely different results.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin.
Scott?
Yeah, thanks again. So zooming out a little bit, I was interested by, I think just a couple times you threw in this sort of language of like there's real mathematics on the one hand, and then there's philosophy on the other hand. And sometimes it seems like Aristotle is on the wrong side of this, right? Because he's bringing philosophy and maybe metaphysics into something that is really just mathematics. And I thought that was an interesting sort of take on it. And I was actually curious if you think Berkeley sort of is in the same camp as Aristotle. Is he guilty of also conflating the mathematical with the philosophical, or do you think he's actually succeeded in avoiding this sort of pitfall?
I think that's a great question, and I think the answer is the following. I think Berkeley is not falling into the same conflation of mathematics and philosophy that Aristotle is falling into, because of the following reason. If you look at the postulates in Euclid, postulate 1, postulate 2, and postulate 3, you might be able to piece together some notion of continuity that is dissociated entirely from the philosophical thesis of infinite divisibility. So the only postulates you get from Euclid that can give you something like continuity are these three postulates. And again, this is very controversial. When I'm saying this, I'm not, because people have often pointed out that there are no continuity assumptions in Euclid's elements. But again, I think I thought about what these postulates 1, 2, and 3 are saying. And it seems to me that if you just take these as your starting points, you do not need to appeal to infinite divisibility as a philosophical position to develop the right account of continuity. Thank you. I think that's a great question. I believe, someone might, and again, this is why I think Gassendi's influence on Berkeley is important because Gassendi was one of the first people in the 17th century to insist that we need to distinguish the philosophical thesis regarding infinite visibility of matter and the infinite visibility of continuous quantities. So in particular, he wanted to be the case that physical atoms are real, something that Aristotle never would have accepted for philosophical reasons.
Great. Do we have any more burning questions? I had just one sort of semi-comical question to ask regarding Kenny's initial question.
Yes.
And so if I went to the baker and I ordered a baguette and I asked the baker to cut my baguette into thirds.
Yes.
And he takes out his knife and he makes one cut, cutting off 1/3 of the baguette, and then makes another cut. I could rightly say, you haven't done what I asked. You cut 1/3 off, and then you cut the second piece in half.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. But yeah, it's subtle. I agree. It's very subtle to figure out what the difference is. And I acknowledge that it's possible that we really don't have a distinction without a difference. But I've really struggled to figure out what could possibly be going on in this quotation from Proclus. And I've wrestled with several proposals. Maybe you have a better proposal of how to understand whatever is going on in Proclus right here. I don't claim that I figured it out entirely. But one proposal that I had is like, well, let's distinguish between the lines we're defining. And if we do that, then we are getting into this baguette example that you're giving, namely that you haven't done what I've told you to do.
Yeah. Well, if there are no other questions, we can all join together in thanking our speaker. And I think we should also thank, all the organizers, Western especially. You have a variety of possibilities to thank them. You can click on the clappy or thumbs up emoji thing, the text box, but I think I can speak for all of us that we had a really wonderful time. And I think this was a great success in sort of a very trying time. So thanks to everyone, especially the speakers. Benjamin, did you want to say anything in some?
Thanks everybody. I did have a few closing remarks, just briefly. Again, to echo what Aaron said, I'd like to thank everyone for all their work and their participation. I'm very pleased that we're able to offer you guys a venue to share your research and to discuss and get feedback for this. I want to remind people that I'll send the card for to Bro and Steve tonight after I get the update from Bro to see how he's done today. So if you want to be added to that list, so please email me, let me know. There is a survey that I'll distribute. I'll send it out to everybody on the registration list. So if you might get a couple emails about it. If you registered for all 3 days, please ignore the extras. I apologize for that. But I really would like to know your thoughts, your reactions to this, particularly whether or not this is something that you found to be fruitful, something you might be interested in participating in again or in future times. And then third, I just wanted to extend all of you guys an invitation. At Western, we have a research group that we focus on. We've been focusing on Berkeley. We've been reading some texts and getting together to discuss. We've been reading Stephen Story's A Collection of Essays. We're almost done with that. But if anyone's interested in a similar kind of format, we meet about once a week. It's been Tuesdays at noon, but I think we'll be moving to 1:30 Eastern time because of the Princeton Bucharest seminars taking over the Tuesday noon slot. So if you want to talk about an essay, you want to get more engagement, let me know and I'll add you to the list. And you guys are more than welcome to join us to continue that. Thanks everyone for participating in this. Thanks everyone for spending the weekend with us. And I wish everybody good luck. Thanks.
Thanks, Benjamin. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Benjamin. Take care.
Thank you, everyone. It was nice to be with you. See you.
Thank you.